folks, I'm going to be starting in less than a minute. I'm just waiting just for numbers to build up. At least if there's at least 100 people. I don't have to have many people. I know I can see right now there's already 70 people. We do these sessions. We do these sessions as engagement, community engagement, so that we empower our community with information, with news. This is news, things that we have researched on, and would like our community to know about. And I think there's an error somewhere. I think I apologize there. There's an error somewhere. Hoping that the typos are not. I've been. I was forced to go live because I think there was a few people calling me, people tagging me here and there, and people wanted to know, Simba, what is this? Where is the evidence? Please show us where the corruption, evidence that FADZAYI Mahere is way more corrupt than MAI Jeremaya, Tino Machakaire, both of them put together, could ever be. And just going to be showing you Zimbabweans here for the purpose of safeguarding our community. This is news, but specifically for safeguarding, so that you know. Mazimbabweans munofanira kuziva, and you should never say, you never told us. I've had people, how many people have had people here asking me later on, Simba, but you never told us. You never published it. Where exactly did you publish it? Right. I'm sure people have heard vanhu vakadaro vanozobvunza kuti ko wakazvitaura kupi, wakazvipublisha kupi. It's exactly like what happened when our contractee, Al Jazeera, the foreign media company that contracted my work on the mafia, 4 years after I'd started it. So when we both eventually produced the Gold Mafia production and the story, and people saw it, I had a lot of people calling me, Simba, why didn't you tell us? We should have been there. What I mean, I've got people, got researchers in universities who were saying to me, look, Simba, you should have called us. We also want to tiripo tichishandawo tese, and yeah, and the like, and you know, unfortunately, what happens, folks, when we do these investigations, and then also when we alert our community to show people what we're working on, Zimbabweans, Zimbabwean journalists, Zimbabweans academics, researchers, they tend not to be, they've tended over the years, over the last 10 years, not to focus. They've tended only to focus when they see a tingle. When I mean a tingle, when they see maybe there is foreign media interests, like for instance, our partners in Germany, Deutsche Welle broadcasters, um, uh, BBC, Al Jazeera. So when these foreign media companies then take our stories, so that is when people wake up, and so I think it's unfortunate then, because it means that Zimbabweans will not believe a story simply because it does not have a foreign face, or if they do not see, and I'm going to use this term, folks, a white face, if they do not see someone with chirungu on a story. If you look at the documentaries that are there in our repository, in our news repository, there, many of them. There's one there that we exposed, Gatwick Airport hacking last year. Heathrow also breaching of Heathrow security. Now, if you go on the BBC, this is a whole big fraud that happened, multi-million pound fraud that happened in the United Kingdom. You will not find the story on the BBC. You will not find it on Sky News. You will not find it anywhere. You won't even find it in the London, what do they call it? London Evening Standard, or is it London whatever paper? None, not at all. It's on Zimai. And so people will only start shaking up or waking up when they find it, when they see it. Yes, I think right now it's got, that documentary was watched by over, I think it's got about 180,000 people on that documentary. And you know what? Someone who had lost a British Zimbabwean citizen who had lost a property worth £1 million to an identity fraudster who is Hopo Chingono's friend and also was being assisted by Hopo Chingono, the social media character. So that gentleman was actually saved. Following that investigation, the property was returned after, and this was only after it had been exposed by Zimai. And so you notice that I think the people who are here have got over 300, I think 300 plus 23 people. So it must be about 340 people watching or listening to this very short broadcast here. So people will see that if not half of the audience here have not watched that documentary. Have you watched it? Kana wakaiona ere documentary yacho? Wakaiona ere? Kana usina, then it is unfortunate that you haven't watched it. I think that is the reason why you notice that many investigations that are done on Zimite, like Gold Mafia, since 2015, we've been doing them. I've been physically like going straight on confronting the mafia since 2015. Of course, sometimes I was undercover, right? But there were times when I've actually been physically. When I called Kamlesh Patni, I was on live video. 8th October, it was, I think, 2018. Nditoripa video, ndichitoratidza vanhu Facebook, and so you notice there are only 13,000 views on there. So it wasn't that blasting an expose or something to excite Zimbabweans. I think maybe because Zimbabweans, we tend tend to want to believe something. Kana chazoya nevachena, right? Kana chachine mchane murungu. It's a symptom maybe that we've seen also in other communities of Africa. So it may not be just be Zimbabweans. But quickly, this news network specializes in investigations. That's what we do. We do not wait for people to clap hands. Yeah, thank you very much. We're going to give you an award. You've done a very, very good investigation. We don't wait for CNN to clap hands for us. And so quickly, let me switch here because I've just been talking about something else. I was trying to give a bit of an introduction as to what it is. Right. If there's anyone out there who wants to know, who should know about how corrupt FADZAYI Mahere is and how much a danger FADZAYI Mahere is, tag them right now. And I will start Ndotanga in one minute, less than a minute. I'm going to show you quickly how corrupt, how extremely, if anyone needs to know this, let me quickly show you. I'll scan through, there's loads because FADZAYI is a mafia. She is a mafia. And I personally would never even hire her as a lawyer. Those who do, you can hire Imega. And I'm telling you the evidence. And akaona inini. Kwete, I didn't read about this on social media. I witnessed it myself. And I even did a whole screening session with her when I was flagging some of these matters. That was 5 years ago. So Zimbabweans, you need to know these things so that when something then happens, at least you would have advanced knowledge, unengwana advanced information. Musazoti, you never told us. How come I know Zumbotudza? Right, Mavatega ere. I've got now, I think there's now 381 people. I just did this random broadcast. Do you think, folks, do you think I should schedule a whole session and advertise it and put posters in there? I've just had to do this quite abruptly because I've only just noticed that people are interested in knowing. Kune vanhu varida kuzviziva, saka vategei vese varida kuzviziva. Ndochitanga here. Shall I start now? Please type in there. Mondudza kuti ndochitanga here izvozvi. Shall I start now? Right, shall I start now? Okay, shall I start now? Shall I start now? Let me just do this. I think someone wants to come in. Musamba Musamba Ngwena. I'm hoping that you're in. Okay. Shall I start now? Musamba Ngwena, are you in? Say something. Okay, so let me start. You can go ahead. Oh, okay, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you very much. At least you're here. At least someone is listening and someone can give me feedback here quickly. I'm sure, Msambangwena, you're one of those people who want to know how corrupt FADZAYI Mahere is. You want to see the evidence, correct? Yeah, just okay. Go ahead and trust the evidence. Okay, beautiful. Right, so just once again to introduce, I know the numbers are picking up now. We've got 434 people watching and listening, and we have we've got quite a sizable number now on video. And then on Twitter Space, I know on Twitter Space it's a bit low. It's just 27 people. I wish people could just tag others, Mujwanere. And we do this to protect the public. We do this broadcast so that we can alert people, and you should know who individuals are, particularly politicians. You must know them. You must ask them the hardest questions. And you should fact check. You should background check everyone, especially those who say they want to lead you. Zimbabwe has, I mean, just like any other countries, Zimbabwe has 45 years of struggle, and corruption in Zimbabwe is not Tagwirei per se. It's not Wikno Chivayo. Corruption in Zimbabwe is deeper than these characters that socialites like Vana Tatelicious, Iwo Vana FADZAYI Mahere, Vana Hopewell Chingon, and the like have tended to use to propagate their social messaging. Zimbabwe is where it is because of failure of society to do background checks of particularly those who are entrusted with leadership. Now, those people include even I myself. I might not be in political leadership. Oh, sorry. I think people were not hearing me on Twitter Space. I think I'd been cut there. Right. So I was saying, people who need to be background checked include even people like myself. You must background check everyone. You cannot, just like getting onto a bus, let's assume here, going and jumping onto a bus to travel to Baitbridge or to Binga or to Masingo, and you have not background checked the driver of that bus. You haven't checked his driver's license. You haven't cross-checked if they're in a mental state, because it's important to actually go there and look at the person straight in the eye. Check if this person is not someone who could potentially cause an accident. It's important. If you don't do that, that is how accidents happen. Many times, folks, there is a pilot. Was a pilot of South African Airways. This is online. Okay, that pilot flew South African Airways for, if I'm not mistaken, more than 10 years. Is it 14 years? Until one day, someone checked and asked a question. This pilot is not really proficient in a certain aspect. There's something wrong. And that's when they checked the papers and they discovered that this pilot was actually someone who was scamming South African Airways. And there's also a case of someone who ended up crashing an airline and killing a lot of people. I think that the many of these cases, most if not all the time, even in politics, where people have risen up and they've tended to be promising, to help community. What has been the problem is society that fails to background check people. Check them out. Ask them. Ask them the most difficult questions. Because if you don't, you're going to need a very, very large insurance policy to protect yourself and others. Now, that's where I come from. 25, 26 years ago, I started working in insurance. I ran their books of accounting. I started a public service medical aid in 1999. In 2000, 2001, I shifted to Zimmer Line Insurance. And then I set up systems there eventually for not just Zimnat, we're talking, accounting systems that could help to protect losses, to protect the company from loss and make it so that everything is documented. And at the bottom of everything, of all that, are background checks. You need very strong assessment of risk. Communities have failed in this regard because they've not background checked people. So quickly, in my work, all my careers, now 20, 25, 26 years now, it's not 27. And the the people that I've exposed who were scammers, who were thieves, some who ended up being convicted. I think people have seen, watched documentaries as the one that I've just talked about here, the Gatwick Airport hacking, one that is on Zimai, a big documentary there. We assisted someone eventually managed to recover his property. And the Gold Mafia documentary, I've never seen anyone as scamming, number one, as scheming, as deceiving, as FADZAYI MAHERE. I haven't. And I'm not expressing an opinion. I'm stating facts. I've got the data. If anyone wants to see my data, I'm ready to share. This is data. When I mean data here, whenever we do interviews, we compile data. So data that helps us to analyze someone's character, someone's background, someone's agenda, what they're doing. So I could, the type of data that we do when we're doing these investigations is such that I could even tell you, even today, what this person, I could almost predict what this person is doing today, right now, what they're on about. So if anyone wants to see this data, I'm ready to share. These are piles of data. These are thousands, sometimes tens of thousands of pages to peruse of data. And from that data, you can actually know a person. So it's the same thing. If you're gonna approach Simbachi Cancer and trust Simbachi Cancer to give you a new service, you need data to know who Simbachi Cancer is, what he's on about, what exactly. Because Simbachi Cancer could easily be a very dangerous person. Could be someone who is betraying you. So on FADZAYI MAHERE, I found her to be extremely dangerous to society. It's a sad thing. And my data concludes that what she is at present is none other than a social media magician. That's all. Someone who's playing magic, who is deceiving the public about who she is. Someone who's not truthful. 5 years ago, I'm going to show some documents here to those who want to see evidence. Let's go into some documents. So 5 years ago, this is me. Some people might think that when I'm speaking like this, I am just talking from my head, and they think that, oh, Simbaji Kanza, Hans, you just don't like. I've got some people there. You just don't like someone. Yeah, like when I've investigated Vanamunangago, when I investigated the mafia, they've said, oh, you just don't like our prophet. You don't like Christianity. Okay. But anyway, let me just show you some data here quickly. Check some data here. So on the 30th of June, to those who are on video, so 30th of June, 2020, I've just shown a record there on your screen. Those who are on video, can you see it? If you're on WhatsApp, sorry, on Twitter Space, can you check on the screen on the video portal that I've shared here? Can you check the video that I've shared onto here for you to read? So you will notice that I had a screening session with FADZAYI Mahere, and this screening session 5 years ago was an official one because I protested. I protested against the opposition party. I told them, I whistle blew. I told them, look, you're going a very, very dangerous route here, and you need to do background checks of FADZAYI Mahere. And I showed them evidence. So a session was arranged, as you can see in the record there. And what you notice there is a discussion. Can people see that? We'll go on a discussion. I wish there was someone here maybe who is giving me feedback. Unfortunately, that gentleman who was here, he was kind of helping me. And so what happened later on, there was a meeting set up. So she contacted me on 30 June 2020. There is a background to this. There's about 4 years of history since this date. And this 4 years of history relates to abuse of over 8 men, 8 varume. So these men, as you can see there on the screen there, in 2017, FADZAYI Mahere, when very, very damning allegations of a bedroom nature were blown into the public domain. And this was more than a year, if I'm not mistaken, before any altercation or communication had happened between her and Bettina Gapa, who is Mnangagwa's advisor. So what FADZAYI Mahere did when some serious damning allegations of a bedroom nature, plus also revelations that she was assisted into the University of Zimbabwe through ZANU-PF connections. It's a well-known phenomenon, by the way. A lot of people are not ashamed of this. And I'll give you examples of people. I was shocked later on to discover that FADZAYI Mahere would go so far to actually want to falsify an event that happened that a lot of people are not even ashamed of. I mean, they speak it openly. One of them is Nigel Chanakira, who became a successful banker, very, very successful banker, and he's still successful even right now, even though his bank. Strive Masiwa is someone also who became successful through ZANU-PF connections. It's well known, and Strive does not hide it. He speaks it openly. Anyare anotozvitaura kuti this is what happened to him. One of the people that helped Strive was Philip Chiangwa, and he speaks it publicly in meetings at the Affirmative Action Group. And there are many people like this. Shingi Mutasa is one of them. Someone also who grew and benefited through ZANU-PF connections. Not ashamed, because this is who they are. Chi Chinonyadzisa about that. Nigel Chanakira, who I mentioned there, entered University of Zimbabwe, and he speaks it openly. This is how I got successful. I through ZANU-PF connections. This is what happened to me. And you know, and today, that does not stop Nigel Chanakira from being an activist against ZANU-PF. On social media, in private and in business, he will still criticize. So it doesn't stop him from being an effective citizen. So being assisted by ZANU-PF doesn't. And hazinyadzisi kuasistwa ne ZANU-PF, because ZANU-PF is still part of society. Hapana chinonyadzisa. It shouldn't change you. Morgan Changirai, one of the most important and crucial and iconic advocates of democracy, became successful in his career, even his political career, through ZANU-PF structures. His ZCTU leadership that eventually morphed into the institution called MDC was a ZANU-PF assignment. I mean, who denies that? Pana anozviramba here izvozvo. So apana chinombonyadzisira, apana chinonyadzisa in being one way or the other assisted by ZANU-PF. What FADZAYI Mahere did soon after that, when all this evidence popped up to show who she is, and all she could have simply done was like, look, folks, yes, of course. Yeah, there's so many other people who are like that, were very successful. That doesn't change me. She went and she did worse than what MAI Jeremiah, this socialite, has done. She went on social media and then she smeared multiple male lawyers in the community. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Can you see? Can you read? Murukuona ere pa video. Can you watch? Can you see? 8 people. 8 people that she smeared on social media. She eventually deleted this post. And this was because of the legal consequences that she was now facing. She accused this cluster of men, all of them 8, in the 8 there, that they have got embarrassing allegations against them in their grouping. Now, folks, that wasn't small. That could have been anyone who was accused there. That could have been your brother, your sister, or your child. And you find their name there on social media. They have been labeled by someone who is a lawyer, who attended school at the International Criminal Court. I spoke with some of them back then. And folks, these people, they're also human beings. They're not animals. The allegations were not small. So the background to this is that FADZAYI Mahere didn't stop after she played this social media magic. Why did she post this? She posted this for the agenda of intimidating witnesses. One of these people, one of these men here, are listed up, is the same person that her father requested to help with her first degree entrance at the University of Zimbabwe. You can all imagine how that person feels today. These were not small allegations, by the way. These are like, imagine. I'm sure you can imagine there if that was if one of these men was your own child. Most, if not all of them, are lawyers, so they're in the same profession. Listen, maybe it's not important to someone. Unfortunately, or shall I say, fortunately, the data was captured. And this was over a year before Petina Gapa was taken, sorry, before Petina Gapa was involved in a chat. I think it's over a year or more before Petina Gapa had issues with Mahere. Right, so quickly. Mahere would then, as people know, she would then take Petina Gapa to court and sue it, claiming that she was defamed. Now, folks, let me tell you, Zimbabweans, you've got to know this. If you don't know this, ameno hako. I'm sorry for you. You continue thinking that Mahere is practicing law or is practicing activism. When in actual fact, what she's doing is practicing social media magic. She's a social media magician. Mahere decided to abuse the courts of Zimbabwe so that she would cover up those stories, those matters that have been raised. And I was a witness there. I've got a lot to share. I've got a lot for people to know. I witnessed Mahere abusing the courts of Zimbabwe, Dangandiribo. So I'm not talking about what I heard, because my name is also there. Documents went missing. Documents with evidence. Fortunately, they're copies. And the people will know about these documents very soon, because I will be publishing a book about it. Allegations that have got an ability to destroy one's career, a person's reputation, what a person has worked for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, what you've worked for, what you have built, what you went to school for, what you invested money in. They're not small. And someone just gets away with it. Now, I will be showing more documents. Let me proceed quickly. I'll be showing more documents along the way, and I'll also be producing a book, as I said, about FADZAYI Mahere, the real FADZAYI Mahere that I know, who is worse than the characters that are investigated in the gold mafia. She's more scamming, she's more scheming, she's deceitful, she's abusive, excuse me. She abuses institutions, and there'll be worse, there'll be more, including bedroom issues. I will reveal. And as you know, Zimbabweans, I'm an investigator. I've done my work. I'm not talking from opinion. I do not intend, and I did not intend to go that far. into the latter, the bedroom issues. I was meant and I intended to end here, where I would just deal with these matters because it's not my forte. The problem is there are people here that she is accused of bedroom issues, as you can see, at least 8 of those. And those people have got families, their fathers, their brothers. Are they not also human beings? Now, coming to issues of human rights now, there was another observation that I noticed from 2017, 2018, where I became extremely concerned. Um, Evidence that I noticed her conduct over human rights abuses and over people victims of human rights. And I noticed a an attitude and repeating behavior that showed disregard for victims of violence. So you notice in my record there, when she was made spokesperson, I knew immediately. I think you people remember when the MDC Alliance folks, Nels Chamisa's team, when they changed the brand, excuse me, or they started a new party called CCC, and it was yellow. I put a Twitter post. Then I got bullied by a lot of people who told me, Simba, hey, wait, leave, hey, hey, Chingosia, just leave, just you are now persecuting. My opinion was, look, this is a bad move. Anything that has got FADZAYI MAHERE, there's something that's just going to happen to this institution. That is just things. And at the end of this period, I even stated it. People are not going to see that FADZAYI MAHERE is in the destruction. And so you notice right at the end, the only person who was blamed, the group that was blamed there, it was Chabangu, it was BT, and that group. Of course, yes, they had their role. But there's a deeper role that Mahere was playing. And a lot of people got to know what that role was in the destruction of the legitimate MDC, the legitimate CCC, excuse me, the legitimate opposition. At the end of this period, what Mahere had done was not only to mask her character, so she was now looking someone of virtue. She had, by this time, compromised data of people inside the party, inside the opposition. And to me, that is way more dangerous. Someone who is scheming, someone who sits there and they look so pretty, they smell well, great perfume, and they look as if they're helping you, is way more dangerous than someone who you have visuals about what they're doing. So visuals that you can't see are way more destructive because you don't know how things are going to end up now. You just don't know. So quickly, when she was made spokesperson, I then I held a session there. You notice, you can see in the WhatsApp record there. I'll be producing recordings also, so people can you can hear it all for yourselves. She bolted out of that meeting when I started raising matters relating to human rights. Muruzwana, can you see that? When I started raising there, you can see so 30 on the 30th of June, she contacted me at 13 past 4, 30 June 2020. And she said, Simba, hope you will quickly call because I stepped out of an interview engagement. Would love to finish. Well, I think that was towards the end. Thank you very much for your call yesterday on our first engagement. I was like, okay, yeah, right. Okay, so this was now the follow-up. So the meeting was my apologies. My apologies. The meeting was on the 30th of June. Yes, it was on the 30th. And then there was a follow up on 1 July. And that you notice I was now writing there. Dear Fadzi, thank you for your call yesterday on your first ever engagement following your appointment and also intervention from the president. Much appreciated. The first thing I would like to note is how our conversation ended abruptly after you denied ever dismissing the interview with the counseling service unit over the welfare of political victims, which doctors raised there, as you can see. Murugwana kwakwenda. Murugwana kwakwenda. Can you see? Right. Regaini pasia pakadaro. Ndanda kwenda ya kudzikanya yacho. Right. So quickly. Eventually, this is what happened towards the end.
We traveled for
Listen
a long
to
time until tanosvika patakaroverwa which is mapinga toti azotamba pakuiburiwa asking questions ekuti makabvisei fadzi musapromise mukurongei nepeople power mukudaita inauguration bringing people from.
Right, so that is a young man who is being tortured and who has been tortured, and he's narrating that the people who were torturing him were grilling him. "Makabvisirei Fadzi, why did you remove FADZAYI MAHERE?" Has anyone seen this video? Makaiwana the video yo. To someone without a background, you would just say, well, maybe it was just a name drop. Maybe Fadzi's name, if I start to get a FADZAYI MAHERE, I can go to a name drop. But look at the evidence. Look at the trail. 5 years. No, yeah, Kufira, since 30 June 2020, right up to September 2023. And it's still the same thing. And I told people, I'd warned people, Muskana Uyu, Panyama human rights up. And when I raised it with her in the meeting, she quickly cut the meeting that I had with her. Akai kata. Someone is saying, no, it's first time seeing it. Okay, I'm sorry that it's first time. Do you want me to repeat it? The Gandhi play.
We traveled for a long time until tanosvika patakaroverwa which is mapinga toti azotamba pakuiburiwa asking questions ekuti makabvisei fadzi musapromise mukurongei nepeople power mukudaita inauguration bringing people from.
Right, so folks, let's just assume, okay, let's just assume, because you don't want to be overly conclusive, because it's very easy that these statements are misleading. Just assuming that this was just a name drop by someone by mistake or by the consequence of incidents just happening that have no connection with actual intent or connection to human rights abuses of FADZAYI MAHERE. It's very possible. And when we're doing data analysis, we keep strict rules that no one should pass. You should not make conclusions simply on the basis of an allegation. You've got to prove something. Now, assuming that this is just a name drop, which is very possible, by the way, that someone could just be named. Someone like Zimbabwe could have been named. It's very possible that, it was just a name drop, that maybe the people torturing this young man, if the young man is telling the truth, but it's very possible that the young man is lying. But there you've got his video, you can see the wounds, you can see the blood. If he's lying, then you should also ask yourself what the motive is. But if this is the case, that Mahere is not connected to human rights abuses, that she's not part of a machinery to destroy institutions of democracy and create a fake democracy under her as a coupe number two, a female leader. If this is the case, is it normal that you would ignore requests for a comment? Two years running, after you've been asked, what is this? Is it normal? Is it ordinary? Is it normal for kungonyarara? Ndikufunza kuti, because you notice that I actually asked her, advovo mahere, please comment kasitari nyori apa matauro panapa chimbopayo comment. And we would have hoped, I personally, we would have hoped that maybe she could have expressed, at the least, even remorse for the young man who was tortured. She could have expressed impugnation. She could have expressed anger, outrage. She could have used the same spirit of fighting that she's done on Petina Gaba when Mnangagwa's advisor. Don't you think so? This is a human being, by the way. This is not your dog. This is not, look, if it was a dog, I've seen people posting there, look, my dog was beaten by another dog, or something happened to it. My dog was, or something. But this is a human being, folks, who's been tortured. And if Simbajukanza's name had been mentioned there, okay, fine. Maybe Simbajukanza didn't hear it. But then when you're asked, look, Fadzi, look, this, where is the concern? Why is it that you are using, and I need you to understand that the courts for defamation, and yet you're not using the same institutions to prosecute over human rights? Is it normal? No, is it normal that a solicitor who was trained at the International Criminal Court, I wasn't trained in law. I don't have a single paper in law, yeah. But is it normal that things that people like Simbachikanza have done should go into courts many times, not just the news, not just the newsroom, but the courtrooms, and advocate for justice for these tortured people? Is it normal that Simbachikanza will hire foreign lawyers? I have, by the way, who also trained at the international, who also trained at the ICC. Not one, many times. I could put a poster here. I think I should put a poster so people see. Lawyers that we have hired here, begging them, please help our people, help our people. And some people have been helped. One of these is a young man who's got a bullet in his buttock right now from 1 August, and so many others that we have. Because you know what, we discovered that there's a vacuum there. We appreciate the work of the Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights and other institutions, but then this is a case yet torture where your own name, FADZAYI Mahere, is mentioned. And the only thing that we see you posting on Twitter is your defamation cases. And that defamation is not even defamation, by the way. It's petty defamation. It's fake, the Apana defamation. Because the things that Petina said, every one of those things It's factual. It's proven. It's a public record. Maybe except one that people don't know about because it happened between Petina and FADZAYI. Only one that happened in their own enclosure when Petina was housing at one time or assisting FADZAYI in the UK. So is it normal? Oh, and Rovunza, is it normal? Maybe perhaps FADZAYI was maybe ignorant. It's very possible that maybe she was ignorant, or maybe she was too busy, or maybe during that time she was unwell. That's a big possibility also. But after 2 years, for 2 years, hapana kana one, even a tweet, Shaya. The only tweets that we see are those that portray her as a macho lady, an iron lady, huh? Who is fighting Mnangagwa, fighting, what is his name? Wikno Shivaya, fighting, who's the other person, by the way? Folks, who else? Lately, Machakairi, okay? And people actually think that FADZAYI Mahere is an opposition person. To look at that as series, you know what, folks? There's loads that I could share, and I will share. I will take time. But I'm showing you here a trail. Muzwane Remeg. How does she become an opposition person? From where? How? Simply because she once at one time, long ago, represented Jamisa. And I mean, I emphasize that long ago, because she no longer represents Jamisa. Akadzingwa basa. Kana mam singazvizivi. Some of you people, you actually think that Mahere still represents opposition. She doesn't. Ndikukuudzai zvimwe zvinhu zvamamusingazivi, those who didn't know. Chenjererai. Be careful. Protect yourselves from the real Jiganandas. The real Jiganandas are not the ones, are not so much the ones that you see. They're those that you can't see, who pose as activists for democracy, when in actual fact, they are getting money from the same Jigananda. Ndoda kuziva inini right now, and you should ask her this. Why is it that on all these credible investigations, you should ask her, on George Guamatanga, why is it that she has not tweeted anything about Guamatanga since 2021? The last tweets that she did was when she was spokesperson. You should ask yourself where FADZAYI gets her money. You should ask yourself which bedroom FADZAYI sleeps in. You should ask yourself the people that she shares a pillow with. You must know them. Why not? Because you will be misled by individuals who portray as leaders, telling you, oh, 4 a.m. club. What is it, 4 a.m. or is it 3 a.m. club? Whatever. And they're claiming that, oh, they're there to expose corruption, expose Jigananda. When in actual fact, they themselves are worse than Jigananda. I've got a lot to share, folks, in terms of documents, in terms of recordings and the like, but I just want to quickly just sort of round up. My biggest worry about FADZAYI Mahere is this. The biggest worry that is there at present. She is the only person, hear me, is Zimbabweans. She's the only lawyer who evades questions that I've met. I have interviewed some of the most dangerous people in Zimbabwe, some of my own enemies. You've seen that. Personal people who would want to kill me. They rarely evade questions. FADZAYI anoeveda the most crucial questions. That should be a red flag, especially about things that relate to the welfare of other people. I think there's something wrong with my device. Just give me a moment, please. Give me a moment, please. Just want to play. Yeah. So FADZAYI Mahere, avoid. She avoids extremely evasive. My basic fact check, chayo. She avoids. And she looks, you should always ask yourself, when someone looks so great, when now someone looks so brilliant, like the way Mnangagwa was in 2017, 2016, 2017. And when Mnangagwa was telling my journalists, you must expose corruption, you must expose the 50-bedroom ministers, that should be a red flag. When someone looks like that, and especially when they do not want to be accountable. FADZAYI is not accountable. She plays, I've just shown you, folks, I'm not talking about someone who I just saw on the internet. I'm talking about someone I have held myself direct meeting with. And she failed basics of accountability, basics about who she is. I'll show you the full record of the meeting to those who want to. Someone like that is dangerous, not in a small way, very, very dangerous. You should also ask yourself, when someone is the only person in the records, in the courts right now, did you know that? In the High Court, the only defamation cases that are to do with Twitter are all about FADZAYI Mahere, one way or the other. Is it because the whole country focus upon one? Is that normal? Can't you see there's something dodgy there going on? One. Can't you see there's something there? So you should ask yourself there, why? Since 1890, since the arrival of the white settlers, the pioneer column, there is no opposition person who has ever won a defamation case against a head of state. Hakuna, show me one. That should tell you Masimba Afadzi, Kutanova Kupi. Awusipa level Zafadzi well, and that is not education. That is mafia. She is a higher grade in the mafia system of the government. I can tell you right now, if she gets into this thing, Namachakaire, she's going to defeat Namachakaire or in anyone, not because she is articulate or not because she's got facts. I can tell you, for instance, I don't want to comment too many others, but the one that I definitely know, Dea Petina Gapa, she gananda ichichi. FADZAYI Mahere. Shakato pisa my documents. Ini ndakatarisa. Why? What's the point? She chaurda kuvanza. Because there's nothing there. There's nothing chekuvanza. A lot of people have been assisted by ZANU-PF. I mentioned that even Morgan Changira Mogiza Checha here. He became a leader because of ZANU-PF. Strive Masiwa was assisted by key ZANU-PF people for him to become. One of them is Philip Chiangwa. FADZAYI Mahere. And the Strive talks about it. Strive doesn't hide it. When he became homeless, it's FADZAYI who helped him. It's Philip Chiangwa. So there's nothing unusual. There's nothing. Why? You should ask yourself, why is she wanting to? That should tell you now. The reason why FADZAYI wants to hide that background should tell you how she is operating right now. It should tell you, it should show you that she is in fact a social media magician. She's someone who is playing magic on the masses. That is not politics. That is not law, what FADZAYI is doing. That is not activism. No. She's playing magic. Magic on your mind. Ari kukuroyai. Makatarisa. Ende imi madzimai munongotera muchatorerwa varume. Ndakukuudzai right now. I'm telling you, you women who have got husbands, one of these days, you do not, because you do not ask questions, you don't do background checks, you shall end up losing your husbands to characters that appear as if they are helping people when all they're doing is playing magic on social media. Chatting only. How many remember the audio of the daddy character who has got 3 identities, Hopo Chingono? The audio that he had with an intelligence officer. By the way, I know that intelligence officer. A lot of people, then I say that if you don't know, that person is there. Anotozikano, ne address yake ndo unotokupa izvozvi. In 2023, when Hopewell was busy harassing the opposition and bed hopping with the system, he would mention there the only person who is vibrant in the opposition is FADZAYI MAHERE. The the whole party. Kune vanhu, people who went to school. There are people who built this institution. We've got people here, even on this space, Vana Sweden, Avamurkona, Chiroza. There are guys who started this party in 1999. There are people like Vana Shepherd Yuda, who handled mud, who risked their lives, exposing vote rigging until they ended up fleeing. The people vakachitanga ichi project ichi mumba mavo, and the women who were raped, the people who were tortured to build this great movement of people that this great movement that doesn't die, that can't die no matter how many assaults that Mnangagwa can deploy on it. You're telling me all these millions of people, there's only one person who is vibrant, and that is why what you listen in there. That should tell you about the magic, about Huroi, the witchcraft, wizardry that FADZAYI is playing on people on social media. That is her real role. That is what you must call her on social media, wherever she is. She is a wizard. Social media wizard, period. She's not even practicing law. She's practicing wizardry, withholding information about who she is so that she can confuse people. And you should ask yourself, for what purpose? As I told you before, she's part of a mafia. In that case, Yepetina, it should show you which mafia that FADZAYI is. That case of Bettina Gapa should tell you which mafia. You're going to read more, folks, in my book as I release it. I'm going to need to be cutting shortly. I share these deep things, these things here from the heart, so that you know, you protect yourself. I love you all. And I don't want to see Zimbabwe. I may not come back to Zimbabwe, even though I may not come back physically to Zimbabwe anymore. But it's still my country. It's my home. And I don't want this country to get worse than it is. Protect yourselves from scammers who use social media. Like right now, you all got scammed. 5 years. You were being lied to by someone who was telling you that he's practicing journalism, when in actual fact, all he was doing all this while was deleting records from your minds and from the public record, that he lied to you. He used journalism on you for 14 years, lying to you that the British Embassy conducted a police clearance on him. They've since communicated now publicly. You've seen it. They first made the first post in 2017. People didn't read it. It's there on their Facebook page that it is impossible for them to do any police clearance. They did the second one when I issued an ultimatum on them last year. And around the time when Hopewell Chingono was confusing people on social media and even passing instructions in advising people to violate airport security. And there are two airports, Heathrow Airport on the 29th of April last year, and there's also Gatwick Airport on the 26th of August 2024. During that investigation, which I did, and I helped to retrieve a multi-million pound property that his colleague, under his advice, had robbed a British citizen last year. You can watch the documentary on the page on Zimai. It's a full 1 hour documentary that you can watch there. Mozi Wanera. So all this while, people are using social media to build fake, false profiles, like you've seen. I mean, look. I mean, have you ever seen any journalist who's got three IDs, three IDs that have got three totally different names, three totally different names? It doesn't matter if he comes and says, "Oh, my name change was illegal. I did." It doesn't matter. You still have tell us why is it that you've got three identity cards that have got three different names, totally different names. On one identity card, which is your passport and your birth certificate, your code Hopo Mkusha. On another identity card, which is in 2000, the year 2000, when the BBC did not have database digital technology, you've got an identity card where you're called Hopewell Mukusha Chingono, not Chingono, Chingono. And then the following year, 2001, you've got another identity card where you're called Hopewell Rugo Dash Chingono with an apostrophe. Three identity cards so far. That what three so far. Kune mamwe. But so far, no more than are public. Advertiser. Is that normal? Which journalist have you ever seen? Which human being anywhere in the world, Cuba, wherever, copy, which country, which even those countries that have got mafias, show me one person who's got three identity cards with three totally different names like that. And this man spent 14 years lying to Zimbabweans that he was police cleared by the British Embassy. And people didn't in fact check that. No one really sat there. Kumbonyatsocheka but man, zviri normal here. Kumbobvunzawo mubvunzo. Kana mbosangana kuti Mr. Chingono chimbotiexplainera kana maZimbabwe dzingobhilivha. And some of you even called him daddy. Daddy. Guys, your wives calling another man daddy. Even the Bible tells you that you're not supposed to call another man daddy. And you're allowing your wives and your daughters to call a social media character daddy. Don't you read the news? Don't you read court news? Haven't you seen how that's that fourth identity, daddy? Can't you see? Because that's an identity yavaroy. Yavakumana vanoita who abuse women and kids. I mean, I'm check out my records. Atoripo, where people, Walter Masucha has just been convicted, by the way, the second time. This time, Avarirwa, Mujeri Izojiso. And the Walter Masucha EAU is a man who exchanged the same victim, now poaching on, in 2014. They were targeting the same victim, both of them. EAU poaching on, lying to the victim, until the victim ended up, her emotions, her mental condition. Right now, she's been struggling under depression and all sorts. Oppo lied to this complainant on this case that he was doing journalism. He wanted to come and only to write to her and say, "Oh, mfesi wako Mghanaian anozotichi, what will your Ghanaian boyfriend say?" How did he do that? How did he achieve all that? Through hypnotizing women using the daddy salutation, or the daddy identity. What is that? If it's in the Bible, And if it's true, look, folks, I didn't write the Bible, but if it's true that there is a scripture in there, the Bible, Jesus actually said, "Don't call any man on earth daddy or father, any other man." Then maybe that is a signal. Maybe pane uroi uripo. Ipapo kuti Musiki was trying to avoid, to stop you from getting abused. And then yet you folks spent 14 years saluting this man, saying, "He's giving us journalism, investigative journalist." Someone who's got 3 IDs, and not just 3 identities. He's got a fourth ID, right? Social media ID now called Daddy that he uses. So you got all these red flags. And then you folks just keep on saying, "No, no, it's journalism, it's journalism." Journalism. Folks, that's how it is. I know there's 1,200 people listening here. There's a lot that I can share here. Zimbabweans, you need to protect yourselves. You need to background check people. Itaema background check evan. Aikona kungo kabira. Do not just accept, do not just like people without background check. If you've got children, if you've got a family, and you've got a community, you want to be served. You want your relatives one day to go to a lawyer who you know very well. They've been asked even the hardest questions, and they've proved that there's someone you can trust. FADZAYI Mahere is not that person. She's proved not to. I've just been showing you here. And this should also tell you why she is no longer representing anything. No matter how many times she imitates Nelson Chamisa, she can resign even 20 times. I can tell you she no longer represents Chamisa. Akazingo, she was fired. So I'm going to end here, folks. Let me end and speak. Catch up soon. Protect yourself from Zigananda Chaizo. Zipaso is. Way more dangerous. The Ziganandas who are more dangerous are those that that are not obvious, that you can't see. They are way more dangerous. You should also ask yourself, lastly, why is it that FADZAYI Mahere always sues only in Zimbabwe courts? Come on, folks. It's just to tell you something. She's got British papers. Why can't she sue Simba Chikanza? Ask yourself why. Ana my paper ekunoku. Ana wo mkunoku. She sometimes comes here paseria papa London about. Why can't she even an email to tell me, even an email, let's just assume maybe she doesn't have money for a lawsuit. Why can't she even send Simba Chikanza an email and say, "Simba Chikanza, I don't like what you're doing," or let's just assume what you said is false. Why can't she do that? You should ask yourself why. Her domain is always either Twitter, her Twitter account, or the courts, where her parents, her family have got a stranglehold over the institutions there. That should tell you about who FADZAYI is. She's using Twitter, X, and she's using the Zimbabwe courts to create an identity that she's not. And that is wizardry. That is magic. She's playing magic on your minds. When you're thinking that she's exposing ZANU-PF, no. So watch out for that, folks. The Taurus. Let's catch up soon. Oh dear. It's quite a lot here, folks, that I wanted to share. But there's just so much. Zambezia Research, I know you wanted to say something. Did you want to ask something? Zambezia Research, are you there? I'm about to end, and I'm a little bit held up now. I've tried to add you. Hi, Zambezia. Musha, yeah. I was literally just about to end because it's a bit it's hot here and I feel a little bit dizzy. I've been talking for over the hour. Yeah.
You look at the guys, they are simping on Twitter and so forth, but panawi kaiyapera munhu akabvunzwa kuti kuvana woziya dzifuti vokunasa wanga uchiitei navo vokupa mari kunasa hapana kana
akabvunzwa ipapo
akabvunzwa kana mashakaire kuti kokunasa zvakafamba sei nasa ndokwakaitwa criminal chai mari yakabiwa kunasa inokwana mota hamena kuti ngani kwete zvemota 7 dzakabiwa namashakaire pana kunasa kwakabiwa mari and their lawyers mahere kind people don't question that I lost mari kumapensions ave nemhaka yapa
ini ndakatocontributa I also contributed kunasa
but about mari yakawandisa kumapensions enhema iwaya but vanhu vanoudzwa macho wachona ndiye iyoyo lawyer wacho but havadi kukwesena dzati munhu uya zvoti hanzi we want new leaders iwe warova mari yese kunasa then you what leaders do you want people should open their eyes bananasa like what this white man was saying this white guy
quoted cross
he was saying NASA is the most looted entity in Zimbabwe. Hapana chinhu chakabirwa muZimbabwe kudarika NASA. NASA ndo nzvimbo yakabiwa mari yakawandisa muZimbabwe. Hakuna chinhu chakalutwa kudarika NASA chero RBZ inongobirwa zvakadaro. But their lawyers mahere. Then people woita turn around kutsvaka better future. Muchiita munhu achiita get away by representing that group of thieves. Kunasa kwakabiwa mari isati yambonekwa because hakuna chinhu apa these people have been collecting money since the 90s. But people don't question that one will total a better future. How can you have a better future when all your pension money has been looted? And this is the lawyer, and then we are there cheering the same person. Then the minister gives here a hint with kunasa makaita say then you just enjoy the vibes. So vanhu vari kutenderedziwa nechinhu ichi vanhu vari kutenderedziwa. At the end of the day, there is not going to be a win because when push comes to shove, these people are together. I'm very pained with my pensions because I lost about 30,000 of my pensions in my my investments, I need this pension, state pension bodies. They are useless. And so forth. Then the monies are basically looted, you see. And these are the same people. Those people, they use the same people to represent them. That's why they were together in Bank. You know, Bank is just not a proper bank.
Okay.
It's just a looter's bank. It's just you know, Bank. It's indeed comes shit. Bank are still come shit.
Ila Nyaso is a Bank. And Nyaso is a Bank. I haven't been in Zimbabwe for decades, brother. Yeah.
It's the same people, and they went to Namibia and stole a lot of money.
Oh, dear, what you know, you, dear, what you,
Those are the same people who came and stole it NASA. And then they hired Mahere to argue their case with Zorera Marizava would confiscate my treasury bills. But our people, they don't know we need new leaders and enjoy those empty statements. But people are being played up there. And it's not even funny. Machaka, I don't vouch for him, but Motor 7, what is Motor 7? My like 7 Kanashiro. Motor 7 has 1 million. These guys stole billions from NASA. These guys looted billions from NASA. Like what Cross is saying, that NASA is worth almost a very small amount. It's been collecting money for 3 decades. It should be worth $50 billion, but there's nothing there. So we want to open our eyes, especially the youth. The youth give in to catchphrases. You shouldn't buy those things where someone just throws a catchphrase and then in the middle of the night is this with the same guys who are looting you.
It's not just about Utoramari. You see, Utoramari is one thing, my brother. Let me tell you something. Utoramari as a lawyer is one thing, right? One aspect, right, of immorality. The great immorality is where you just literally physically engage in adultery with
It's so sad.
No, Zimbabweans have been played for, and it's going to happen. Then it's going to waste their lives and read beyond simple statements on people put on Twitter, because it's like, what do they call it in English? Something which just gets into fashion and then sorrows. People should dig deeper and demand to advance or mirror by chocolate. We don't go through a mad. Is, it's more fish. Whatever is told, it was alleged, but there are bigger issues in play. And we must, because this person is our favorite, we don't go further and question it and so on.
There are bigger issues.
And
we must question both sides. We must really question both sides as to what is happening. Not because this person is our favorite, we don't go further and question it and so forth. Kana uchitaura investment in a country, mari dziri kuma-pension funds, kunana NASA and so forth, those are monies which can go into long-term investment. Kana mari iyoyo ikabiwa, Zimbabwe is never going to grow. Even if it's a kana uchitaura investment in a country, mari dziri kuma-pension funds, kunana NASA and so forth, those are monies.
Sorry. There was a crossing here. It sound up. My brother, this is really deep. I didn't realize that in these days, because of other investigations that I'm doing, I haven't been following. So now you are actually showing me further things here, which are deeper, things that were like behind. What I had was my own investigation, which, as I've said before, it proves that Mahere are way more corrupt than Ivanu God Mafia that I spent 7 years investigating. So I didn't know that there is this side. I'm really saddened, I must say, and I want to apologize on. Yeah, I just guess maybe I just want to apologize to those people who have lost money kunasa. My own teachers. I remember my English teacher Vakaoyaku. One time she came to England, and she told me, mwanangu, Mariangu, and handisitomborina kana anything, and this is someone like me, and she's going back to Zimbabwe, asitomborina kana £100. It's yeah.
Kunasa ndo kwakarohwa bhegi. Kunasa kwakarohwa bhegi. Why? Because during the time of the Tsvangirai government yanga iri dollarized, institutions akaita sana NASA, they accumulated significant amounts of money because the money was in US dollars and people had meaningful pensions. So all that money has been looted by these mid-bank guys, Vana Ozias, and so forth. These guys, and they are friends with this person. So it's not something where people should just look and say, we don't care, it's NASA and something was happening. That's where the wealth is, because pension funds and so forth, they accumulate investments which run into decades and so forth. We are not, if you steal an ISUS, that's nothing compared to stealing my pensions, because those are the monies which make a country. You look at pension funds, they own all the most important assets in any country. So you should not play around with what people were stealing money at NASA and then their lawyers come here and tell us that we need new leaders after representing the same criminal.
Eish, 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 eish. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's inini panozongondirwadza, my brother. We're just gonna hear from someone else, but panozongondirwadza ndipekuti munhu iyeka anobva aenda unoabhusa macourts manje. Otanga kukanda unoita court case yake apa achishandisa vanhu pasocial media, vanhu vachitenga data vachiti this person is fighting for, ari kufighta zviganhanda, when all she's doing munhu iyeye ari kutongodeleta marecords, deleting accountability. Whew, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. Anzwadzi Comfort.
Hi, Simba.
I'm
Still
just
saying
saddened. I'm
a
just
mess.
saddened.
I'm
Just
actually,
saddened.
I think I'm having
I,
heart palpitations listening to this
mm, mm,
because when I was in Zimbabwe, I don't know. We're desperate. Achaoni, we're just desperate for a savior. I've been following with the limited time I have. You know what's happening here on the Hill, the President Trump. There's just so much going on with my work, but I've been tuning in and out of Zim stuff, but I followed a little bit what's happening. I've always asked, actually, FADZAYI blogger, she blocked me because I asked very, in addition to knowing who she really represents and who she's working for. And I don't know, Zimbabweans, do we know about counterintelligence? Do we ever pause and ask ourselves, why is it that the real opposition folks are actually persecuted? Why is it that some people who pose as opposition are thriving and well and are even able to, win court cases? People should pause, but I think we've lacked that capacity because of trauma. We no longer think. With all due respect, we no longer pause to ask those questions. Same with Gold Mafia. It came and we just brushed through it. We don't want to deal with the difficult questions, so sit in them. I think some of the observations I've made about Mahere, I asked the question of, she's truly opposition. She representing President Nelson Chamisa. The few times she's been on international platforms, she was talking about herself. If you're working under a president and you're representing that president, you're speaking a lot more about that party, not about herself. So I continue to see someone who's representing herself and or counterintelligence. So she blocked me because I asked those questions, right? I didn't know about the NASA thing. I know the NASA thing. I know how it's affecting my mom, my almost 80-year-old mom, a retired teacher. The amount of money that my mom gets every month is pitiful. So we have to supplement that. So I have to take away from my kids to supplement that money for my mom. And yet we're here on social media. Kupembedza munhu. MaZimbabweans munofana kunyasogara pasi. And ask for some time to just reflect. Watch people, I think it's okay to be an observer and talk less and just observe and take notes. That's what I've been doing. Simba, as we talk right now, I actually but I'm wrong when I made a message in government, and I was just confirming. Yeah. There's opposition. And it makes me so angry, Simba. It makes me so angry. FADZAYI MAHERE, opposition. Those are getting opposition. Simba, did you mention something about being fired? She was fired by President Chamisa. Has he given a public statement about that? Maybe Shingabatsirana Zimbabwe. Was she fired? Oti thumbs down wakatombobatsira wangu because isusu titori neinformation yamune musina unless iwo utoriwo futi munhu counter intelligence proposing to be opposition, because ndo zvakangozara kakuzimbabwe. The loudest people who are loud about being opposition vanenge vachingoita counter intelligence. Totoinzwisisa counter intelligence, tinoshanda ma-intelligence systems kwatinogara. So Yeah, but it's pitiful. She's not what
Yeah,
I
no, she was fired. Unfortunately, you know what? People may not hear it, may never hear it in public. But I can tell you,
Mhm,
I can report, family report. Remember, in any,
mhm,
I was part of a vetting process. Yeah, you want to vet her. Your
mhm,
evidence and rukuratidzai iyoyi. Saka people
mhm,
need to understand role yangu,
mhm,
myself, the role that I play in society, and the role that I actually played.
mhm.
Yeah, around the time of her, I don't know if I can call it hiring. Oh, yeah, it is hiring, even though maybe she wasn't being paid by the party. But yeah, she's someone that I had to professionally vet, and she failed the first security vetting test. And yeah, that was in 2020, 30 June, as you can see in the records that I'm showing people here. And so she's yeah, so I can definitely tell you that Fadzi will never at any time ever represent opposition, no matter how many times. Of course, because she's got the money, she can resign. People like Vana Joanna Mamombe won't resign because you Vana Joanna maybe Havana any other form of income. Fadzai has got multiple sources of income, as you can see. She gets from the Jiganandas, the bigger Jiganandas, who are from, as you are hearing right now, NASA is one of them. Where
Ana Oz yet. Ana
Yes, when
Oz.
where the biggest corruption happened kunasa ukoko. And hear me Zimbabweans, Machakaire cannot speak zvimwe zvinhu because anenge akufumura hapwa. Anozotamba yani yachimombe yaiya. Munozoona Machakaire atasei apinda mujeri. Maibata.
Zimbabwe toitiswa
Saka
zvemhando yepamusoro.
saka mamwe mavhaira hamumbofamba
Aya.
makamanzwa handitika, unless tiri isusu vana Simba Chikanza tinozosangana nevanhu tozovafirima, tozovaburitsa sezvatakaita vana Monzora and the like zvazveka. These things you will never hear them until zvazoburitswa nemamwe makona. So you need to understand, Fadzai Mahere is chigananda chikuru chisikana chiya, chigananda chikuru.
Akafadza adyawo mari, imi marume ndimanyaya kuba rega ndakuflipa. I'm now flipping. I'm flipping on you mukoma zambezi nasimba.
Regai vanhu,
Ndakumirira
regai vanhu.
madzimai ndikuona salani. Rega fadza abewo mari adye. Ndozotukana salani ndausikubirira madzimai. But fadza hapana hapo opposition guys. Kana muchifarira zvekutsvaga masavior kungorina Kristu vakafa zvavakamuka. You have to analyze and ask why why Zimbabwe, why is Fadzi untouchable? I wish I could put my screenshots. Munofarira zvema V11, but ndozoexposa mudzimai wangu. Ndozoexposa munhu wangu ari kusesi. Ndanyatsobvunza kuti is Fadzi opposition? Tikazi no, haasi opposition. Saka mune
But
muchiti
zvinhu zvaa zviri clear, waonaka unoziva kuti kakamfotika zvina zviri so clear because it's so public. Basa rake rese zvaari kuita zvekunasa, maaffairs ake aya ari so public. But the thing is, people get distracted. They easily get it. It's like, just like ipana hopo pai. People got distracted na hopewell. You get me? Hopo munhu anatorine 3 ID. 3 ID. And 3 different names.
But you actually know that chemically, and I will let you. Oh, I think he dropped. The brain itself, our bodies are actually designed to self-protect. So when I Zimbabwe, I'll sound like a broken record. We've been exposed to 4 decades of traumatic experience, 4 decades of trauma. Our bodies are so ready to self-protect. So anything that gives us a little bit of comfort, we're going to go for that. If Fadzi poses like she's the one who may look like she's opposition, we're going to go for her because that feels good. Dopamine search, that's sometimes that's how I have to explain. Why is it that we don't analyze and we ask these questions? I think because we're tired as a country, as a people, we're tired. So that's why even you see on social media, we are more, you have less people here than if another sister starts taking their clothes off. You're going to have thousands of people. We don't want to discuss difficult things, and it's not to blame anyone.
People just come to online mimika. Right now, there's something I want to drop here. I've just noticed we've got some important cadres who started the MDC in '99 who are here. I want to drop something that you guys shamaka misa. And I'm hoping after this, muchaenda mukanodeleta zvimwe zvinhu zvamakaposta pamatwitter enyu mavharwa. Right, so quickly, you folks, you were taken for a ride for 14 years. 14 years. Shame on you. Gadzirisai. 14 years. Maipembedza Hopewell, muchiti Hopewell, ari kuita journalism. When in actual fact, for the last 14 years, everything that Hopewell has been doing has been misrepresenting the British Embassy, that they conducted a police clearance on him, on his multiple names, 4 names that it says, using a letter, ye politics, yakavhara someone called Keith Scott, work British Embassy in 2011. Amunyepera kuti he's being persecuted over exposing 2008 election rigging, a documentary. Folks, the only person, because I was there, the only person who exposed the violence and the vote rigging in 2008 is Shepherd Yuda. Hakuna anyone. If this is a fact. And mkoma Yuda muripana, I hope muchaenda munodilita matweets anyo maimpembedza mkomano. You are actually deleting your own. Pa my poster pesi papa, you are actually replacing him with yourself, sorry, with him. You are the one Dimakarowa Basararia. Yuda ndiye akapedza masports akatenderera Yuda akatendera nesecret camera akafilma zvese zvichiitika akabva atiza but akasiya apedza. And what he did, what Yuda did, is what crushed ZANU-PF, leading to South Africa shutting down business. And as the South Africa president spending over a year, 10 months in Zimbabwe, until the South Africa president was now being mocked that you are now the president of Zimbabwe, you yourself. It was because of Shepherd Yuda. There's no journalist, there's no one. Even myself, a documentary that I did in that time, we had to, the only person that we knew we had to reference was Shepherd Yuda. Hakuna zvese hopo kuita sei kwacho. Chimwe chidocumentary chimudoso chaakaita ichocho chekuda kuvhara mahwani akabva aenda anonyepera munikiri varungu, murungu uyu anonzi Keith Scott akandinyorere tsamba yekuti ndiri kupersecuta. That letter has got nothing to do with the police clearance. Letter yekuti this guy, we know him, do not persecute him, musamupersecute, because atina we are not aware. Havana kuti atina record, by the way. They didn't say they just said we are not aware of him being having an outstanding issue with the British authorities. And the person that they named there on that letter, that Keith Scott named, is a man who is called Hopewell Rugoho Chingono. He did not mention the other 2 names, who are Hopewell Mukusha and who are Hopewell Mukusha, and then the other one is what, by the way? There's Hopewell Chingono with an NG. He didn't. So he didn't even, Saka, you need to understand, Saka, Yuda, what you did, Paipa, Makatokanya, Paipa, Ndo Makatokanya record, Papai, Opo Akabata say, Kabatora Nyembe, the person I found Opo Ama Awards, Eku Exposer rigging, Shepherd Yuda. Muna ifanda kunyoro matsamba yone ma embassy Shepherd Yuda, hakuna anyone else. Akarowa grafted area. Hakuna. No one else was persecuted except Yuda. Hakuna ma journalist at that time who was persecuted for exposing Nigerian except Yuda. But Hopo akatanga kubuilda a reputation. Kuvarwa nechinhu zvakapusa so. Munhu ane 3 ID. Makaboona upi munhu ane 3 ID. But just like FADZAYI MAHERE right now. Even I myself, I never really considered evidence, because remember I told you as part of the vetting process, Investigator FADZAYI. We have done more work on FADZAYI than I did on the gold mafia, as I've been telling you. But now, What I'm now hearing is nyaya dzekunasa idzidzi. Please, nditumirewo matweets amachakaire asati amadelete, because I'm quite sure kuti machakaire vanenge vachimita bully, because FADZAYI imafia musystem imomo. So what she would do is, like what she did on Petina, she would then go manje Fadzi, otanga kushandisa vanhu ivava mazita avo kuti iye abuilde a name for herself, achivatsikirira. Ameno kana zviri kumeka sense. Iye ndiye anozobuda kunzi ndiyaexposa chigananda. Iye muri kuona nyaya yacho ataashandisa zita rani, ashandisa zita ramachakaire. Famino kana mazimbabwenzi muri kuona ipapo. Fadzi obuda kutonzi ndiye akatoexposa, she exposed. Like right now, muri kuona document randaisa pavideo iroro. Those who are watching on video, that document there is Fadzi uyo Fadzi Mahere doing worse than what ningi uyu anzaniko uyu musikana uyu. Uyu mwana uyu MAI Jeremaya actually did. She is abusing. Murikona 8 men there, 8 varume accusing them. And she ended up deleting, but manje tanga tatochengeta record.
As MAI Jeremaya chimbosiya tokona kupesana, but don't get ngatimborambitora nyaya yaFadzi because basa rangu, and I see my sister Temptation is here. Okay, so do you think that Fadzi has political aspirations? Is she building a portfolio for herself to pose?
Do you know what? She's definitely doing it, but the reason why she's building a political portfolio is to hide her wrongdoing, is to hide the money that she is stealing. Do you so
think
she's your typical Hopewell.
But do you think she has aspirations to run for the highest office? Because sometimes that's what I see myself.
Do you know what? No, definitely that one is there. That one is there. Yeah, and I think if we had not started to expose her, and assuming I pull back and I stop exposing her, she's gonna make it. She's if people don't come together and really publish and they publicize and take the fire raka vara Petina akashandisa macourts to abuse Petina Gapari mori vhura rese mori vhundunyura motanga kupublisha mohodha maspaces monyasoratidza this is FADZAYI Mahere, open mapages apapo, the real FADZAYI Mahere uyoyo nezvimaaffairs ake ese nemamarried women nemamarried men, excuse me, publishai zvese mozvimwaya apa handiti munenge mamustopa. I did this on Hopewell last year, and I think you notice he accuses me of stopping his government in exile thing, but I wasn't doing it to stop the government in exile project or whatever project that he was doing. I was simply doing it to safeguard public, protect the public, so that amubirwe mari and also you're not abused. Women won't be abused. And in this particular case, FADZAYI, as you can see, is very, very dangerous. Paspace panapanda kuratidza evidence. You munozo click a video, you might replay. I was showing you evidence of how dangerous kuma human to the life and the livelihood even FADZAYI Mahere is. She's not practicing law. She's not practicing politics. She's practicing magic. She's practicing chigananda. I call it magic in this case. She's using social media and the courts where she controls Kuita magic. And it's very sad, folks, that people are not seeing this. Very, very sad.
Let's hear another sister's voice about this Temptation.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry.
So this Temptation, manyane chimuti. Temptation, are you here? I think Temptation wanted to speak, but she got busy. Yeah. Zambezia, are you still there?
Yeah,
Zambezia.
I'm here.
Good one. So you do
hello,
AI, right?
Hello. Hey.
Hi, Temptation. She's back now, yeah.
Hello, hi guys.
Hi, how are you, my sister?
Ndapererwa ndikuita ngenja stroke.
Kana paine munhu wandakanzwa achitaura andofunga kuti maybe might be able to like a little bit think and sit with things. I think I'm excited to hear what you have to say because I think I know how you're going to. I'm so strong.
I'm very strong. Inini inini ndega inini confidence yandinayo ndogona kumirira vakadzi vese the whole world. Ndine confidence kana ndapa zvinhu zvangu, but right now I'm numb. Nekuti munoona faith yandanga ndichipa Fadzi. I think kune vakatombona ndakamboposta ndikati she's my sister because tinoshare birthday. So and I've been protecting her zvisingaite. Nhasi ndanga ndichitukana nevanhu sei ndikunodhilita. Guys, I think I have to apologize kuvanhu vese, and andinyari kuapologize because I'm also a human being. But the fact yekuti munhu wandaisa pamberi, munhu wandai respect, and it's painful when you put all your faith pamunhu asina basa, pachinhu chisina basa, chinhu chakapera basa. It's painful. And hey, handizivi kuti vanhu vachazvitambira sei, but to be very honest with you, vamwe vacho tinononoka kubata, and Simba, you might have more enemies than friends. Because
That's true.
am I lying? Uchaona?
No, it's true. It's true.
But nekufamba kwenguva ka tozokuvenga, like panyaya yahope takambotanga tisingafari towatati ari kuita seconfess wedu. Simba wesi ini Simba pandaisambombomuda pekuti ndazonzwa kuti Simba azodaina nachikore, iye Simba anombofamba newakwasha mugabe, ndobva ndabatanidza ndikati chigananda naye Simba handimudi. So ndaisapota hope.
I think you probably mixed the names though. It's Chikanza. That one is Simba Chikore.
Yeah, ndo zvandaita manje. Saka iko zvinezvi ndakaverify ndikarectify everything. Saka iko zvinezvi manje, guys, politics dzacho ndodzitira kupi?
Yes, it's sad. She's a Chigananda. FADZAYI is a Chigananda. A very, very dangerous Chigananda. Very sad.
So am I supposed to go and apologize to Tino Machakaere for what I did?
Sorry?
Should I go and apologize to Tino Machakaere because I've been attacking him?
I think you know what, right? I think you should. You know what? In any one thing about me, when I discovered Hopewell, let me tell you, when I discovered more details about Hopewell, and I had to go kuna Grace Mufuru, who I know personally, by the way, also, right? And I to apologize, and I told her, look, I will take you out. I'm gonna do this because hey, kana maricha chanja to batara because ndakakukriticize musi wakafumura Hopewell. I felt you were unfair, and I really did at that time. A lot of people did, and you know, people isusu tunoita take and tunoita ma bias edu, because you know when we develop a loyalty over time, and then you know when you discover now, hey, yeah. No, but it's important now in terms of integrity to apologize. I was important kungoti, you know. I think it makes us human, and these are the things that also make mukaona inini kanzvadzika ndichikwanisa even vanhu vezanu kumbova interview hamwana nokuti you know why they also trust me. Do you know why many times they know that I will not destroy their reputations? Do you know why?
I don't.
Because they know kuti mimi ndaka pandinenge ndiri wrong ndinoita sei ndinoadmit maibata
Simba,
and
apologize to Kwandiri Hopewell, and then also I can share what I
yes,
apologize to you about.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, no, absolutely. No. Anjadzi yangu ikai when there was one time when she saw Hopewell, she met Hopewell, right?
Yeah.
And then she came back kuno ku diaspora vakabvandudza vakanditi Simba ndakati aiwa ndakatoramba ndakatomushora ndakati I mean, of course I knew there was something dodgy about Hopewell, but I just did not agree that it was that deep. Murikuona?
Yeah.
Ndaiti nini, you know, but you know later on paundozona chinhu soka you'll be like no. That's next time Panchetombona comfort. I will have to I will have to pay her something. Because you know kutika vanhu ivava munhu mumwe munhu hama yako ka
Yeah.
inenge ichida kukubatsira iwewe. Muri kuona? Iwewe wobva wangotora mapersonary ako, maopinions ako, and not realize kuti some of these disclosures I am community ka are important for safeguarding. Muri kunzwisisa? Inonzi chi? Safeguarding. Saka muchiona kuti kune mitemo yekuti ukareceiva a disclosure yekuti pane munhu ari kupa mari kana kuti pane munhu ari kuita zvinhu zviri, iwewe ukaita sit on it, unogona kutonzi kana unogona kutobreaka mutemo. Muri kuona? Whistle blowing mutemo, because you did not hauna kuita consider something that would eventually hurt people, or would potentially bring harm to people. And that is what it is with FADZAYI. FADZAYI is a danger to community, and inini ndaka persecute quite a lot. I lost a lot of followers that time, a lot of viewers since 2020. Veku opposition, because I was criticizing someone who was their spokesperson, and you know what, I didn't care. Even if kuru zamari, I don't mind. Chandrungoda inini is to protect people. I'm glad now that the truth is coming out, but I don't know if it might just about be, it might be too late now. Maybe FADZAYI ato compromise so many other people, and I think not good maybe, but those are FADZAYI ato compromise so many people now, which is a sad thing. But those are tongo itika tingaita say naskan. Tingaita say.
Have you ever talked to her before?
Yes, I did. Those are
No, I'm just joining instance.
Okay, aiwa, FADZAYI nini ka inini nditori an official, nditori name official kapasi inonzi chiko ka role kangu kandaka player kumuvheta. Murukundiwa?
Yeah.
Kumuvheta kunyaya security musi wa 30 June mukaenda pavideo apa munoklika ka muchaona picture yandaisa. That is a record of my WhatsApp chat naye. Akandifonera akanga audzwa nevakuru vake kunzi, look, you need kugadzirisa zvinhu, unofanira kuita a meeting naSibachkanza. So she contacted me musi wa 30 June 2020. Then it a meeting yakalasta over 30 minutes. Yakalasta 30 minutes, yafanira kuita an hour. Akakurumidza kutiza meeting imomo ndakumubvunza mibvunzo manje. Mibvunzo inoita sei? Iri most important. Saka that is FADZAYI for you.
That president because now you know what I'm thinking. Systemtation just had an aha moment, right? It's gonna take a long time for Zimbabweans to have that moment.
No, panonetsa kuti vachamisa vataure. You know why? Musavape mutoro. Aiwa, inini kana matongonzwa kwandiri ka, it's enough. It's enough. Mukanzwa kwandiri inini ka. It's enough.
You know why I think systemation. Sorry, you know what I'm saying. Because some of us had some intelligence information like FADZAYI. Oh, sorry, opposition. I'm not the opposition. And then you hear these things, and then you come back and relook at a person from the information, from the data that you have. But the average Zimbabwean doesn't have that data. And then that's why people are just following blindly. So but I understand what you're saying, Simba. System tension, take it. Sorry.
Ndanzwa uyu anonzani Koswa achiti zvoni FADZAYI ari kuplana kuisa party yake recently, and it's going to be powerful. Ndava ndatomuti hayo kwana dzigama iwe. Saka iko zvinezvi ende ndichatanga kutera machatsi ese nchikumbekero sho. It's funny munoziya.
Aiwa, chigananda chikuru FADZAYI. It's sad, but chitongoro chigananda. Ndoma facts acho. You wouldn't want it to be, because you know you someone unongwa wamuda wati you know hangadaro ndiye champion wedu. Ndiye anoharasa weak nail.
pamwe pachonaka ma-red flags tinenge tichiyaona, but at times you just ignore nenyaya yekuti unenge uine rudo nemunhu iyeye, handitori kuona. And bond yatinenge tangojairana, like ukasatomhoresa akasandimhoresa, it's like chinhu chatanga tajaira, like a daily routine yekuti ukatomuka you miss kungoti hai zviri sei kana kungoisa ka-emoji, but she's too good to miss, handisina hangu basa naye and handisi kuzorwadziwa because tagara tiri mupaini kudhara. But hey, Tino I think wanted kuzvitaura, but manje level of education ina Tino yachona kaudofo karipo futi.
Pachikoro
Anodyiwa manje, mapoints anowandira kuna sisi. Tino ane point but hakwanise kuiburitsa, kuexposa.
Kuiarticulator ende dzimwe nguva anobva aita senge ari kutuka, ndiyo problem.
Exactly, makaona zvandakaona. Anoita kunge ane kakutya, kuita kunge ari kudhauta, asina sure nezvaarikuda kutaura here. And I was even criticizing lawyer rake nezuro. Anonzani? Pritchard. Ndikati inonyora mutemo usiko kuti ushande papi kweyo. Not knowing kuti sisi ndo vari kutoitawo zvinhu zvavo. Kozi nhasi mazuva ano ese aringoposta ari kugym. Ndikati since vakuzviti iron lady vadoda kunatso ainaka. Tamboziva ndo kune nyaya. But anyway, thank you very much.
Chigananda zviya, chigananda chikuru, chigananda chakaora padziya.
Because Tino akavhunza kuti mota yaunoitenga nei. Andi ane latest mota izvezvi. Akaposta marimwe zuro Tino akati mota iyo wakaitenga nei, mota inodhura. Someone gave you that car after one night stand. So, hey, ndobva ndaita hasha because inini ndaimutrust Fadzi. Anyway, I'm a land.
It is well. It is well. It is well. Answer now, Dr. Maya Angelou. When we know better, we do better. When we know,
Exactly.
when we get good information, we do better. So yeah. But welcome to the space. It's Shamverik. Must I am Kuma Tendai, welcome, and then Vanyangu. I see your hand is up. You can go ahead, and then we have Shamverik, and then Kuma Tendai after that.
Aiwa chimbomirai temptation saka iwabhoikana kunzi mukadzi apiwa mota for one night stand. Vamwe vakadzi vakaita ma one night stand hapana kana cent rakambobviswa, wobva wabhoikana kuti munhu apiwa mota here. Ndiyo statement yako here temptation?
Yes, salani wakadi yako.
Ndiri bhoda kuwana. Yes, come. I was sorry to cut in, guys. Ndoda kungoboda zonzwisisa kuri kubva temptation.
No. Kwandiri kubva inini solanini ndine pride. Handisi pompasi, but ndine pride. I'm a lady. Ndinozvinzwa kuti ndiri mukadzi handiti. Saka unozvitengesa kuti upiwe mota. Inini ndakakosha kudarika mota. Unodi kungozvisawo palevel iyoyo kuti inini ndakakosha.
Kana munhu wacho anenge appreciate zvawadeliver pa one night iyoyo, obva ati ndokukutengera mota because ndoda dzokororo. Unoti
I don't sleep that low. Chero kati kundipa ndege andidaro inini handizivi zvandiri ndo zvandiri. Saka ndaingofunga kuti vakadzi vese tikangoita inini ndinoenda kugym. Chikungoti cheta ngwana chesa nguma full pics. Ndinoenda kugym. Ndinoita sport. I'm an African lady. African. ndine pride zvanambokudza zvekungojairirwa kuti varume unongu ameno zvandinoita
ndotovatsvaga varume vekutotika they don't eat you but you know unotodyawo kutoona murume anototi baby I just want you to enjoy this, I just want you to give you this because uri munhu wangu and you know what we did it was enjoyable. Vangani varume vanozviita ipapo vasina upiwa something first? Come on now.
Enzwa uri kutaura kuti munhu wako zvinhu tu zvakasiyana. Munhu wako.
But how does munhu wako, how does a person become munhu wako, Temptation? And it's a process, there are things you do together.
Okay. Tinogona kutora platform yevaridzi. I will not answer that one. Ndinopesa nda kutaura zvisiri izvo. Thank you very much, Salani.
Next Temptation. Thank you, Comfort, Nana, you Matitended and the other speakers. Sorry to cut in. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
No, it's okay. You get a family pass, so you're good. Yeah, Mkoma Vanyangu, please. Thank you for being patient. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mkoma Simbachi Kanzamurise. Nebangwe vese.
Makadino Mkoma.
No simba I'm quite okay. Patanga nyaya ndandiripo. And I listened to every bit of it until such a time when I felt to worry, because I am not well informed about what you were saying. I felt to maybe it was a necessary attack on FADZAYI, particularly when you went into, you said you are going to write a book where you are going to expose even the bedroom issues. I didn't see where the bedroom issues would come in trying to expose a person, expose the corrupt tendencies of a person, and leave out the bedroom issues. I know you mentioned how he manipulated some other lawyers that she has been working with. Let me be clear on this, put a disclaimer. I don't know much about FADZAYI Mahere. I only know at one time she was the spokesperson of MDC Alliance, and at one time she was the member of parliament for Mount Pleasant. That's what I know about FADZAYI Mahere. His personal life I don't know, and I don't want to know about that. So I am very much concerned about the things that you are trying to put to the public. I have a strong feeling that you are being unfair when we start, producing those bedroom issues. When we have a country at stake, we are suffering as a nation. You are not in Zimbabwe as we are talking now. I am not in Zimbabwe as I'm talking now. And most of us are not in Zimbabwe. We all wish to go back to Zimbabwe because we know Zimbabwe is a good country. Why can't we do something better in terms of exposing FADZAYI for what wrong she's doing, not the bedroom issues? Because all of us, if I can ask who is a virgin here, I don't think if I'm going to get anyone here, right? So we have to be realistic about what we are exposing. Are they going to help us as a nation, or are they going to just hit the person below the belt, and then will be she becomes a laughing stock for that particular moment, and then we are happy? Will that bring bread and butter on your table? Will that send a message for you to come back home? I think in 2017, when Mugabe was removed in power through that coup and not coup, whatever the case may be, we were all happy. I was in South Africa here. I was just waiting for the outcome. When the letter finally came, Mugabe has resigned. We were so happy, hoping things will be fine, until the very same povatu chinama satu zati achizi chinu chezanu and machona. So whatever we are going to do, my brother Simbachi Kanza, we are an investigative journalist. I have no doubt about that. You produced very brilliant documentaries like the Gold Mafia. We watched it and we enjoyed that. you explored the jinx of the matter. You never got into the bedroom issues of the likes of Anam, Hubert Angel, and whoever the guest may be. They were having those issues, and everyone has some a cupboard full of rats, rotten ones for that matter. So I think, Brother Simba, if you can, in your writing, it's my plea, try to avoid that area where you are going to touch the bedroom issues. I think it's going to help us as a nation, because when we try to look at it now, it will be like you also tried to propose here, and then she turned you down. Now you are, because you came across some issues involving bedroom issues, you want to expose here for those things. We are not going to see the bigger picture. The bigger picture is the corrupt things that you are saying FADZAYI is doing. Those are very important issues that you should be raising. Say, you know what, this is wrong. This is wrong. Like the way you did on a gold mafia, we all saw it. We could not act on it. If we were bold enough to act on it, I think Zimbabwe will be a better place. I don't want to talk much, but if you can do a rethink, as I can see it, the way I feel it, concentrate on the corrupt areas, because corruption is the cancer. Like what this other Chigananda is saying, Chuenga, he says Chigananda to me again, right? That is a cancer. Let us treat that cancer so that we can live well. Thank you very much for the time that you are called to me.
May I rebut our brother before he goes?
My pleasure.
Thank you. You're so polite, you know.
And make it short and sharp so that others can speak.
No
please.
worries.
Maybe one.
No worries.
1 minute. Please, 1 minute.
Someone should just focus on the politics. Let's be honest. I think Comfort, you don't know, you've seen this happen in many women who engage in politics. If you say something that someone doesn't like, the first thing they do is to call you names. The first thing they do is to say, you've slept with people, or you're like this, you're like that. So if you do that as a society, why would you expect my leaders or futi? Actually, there's a certain way you should treat leaders who are female, and then another way you should treat women who are not in leadership positions. Because we're all women, aren't we, really? And the reason why another one may become a leader, it may be an issue of selection process. Like in FADZAYI Mahere's case, it's Chamisa who put her onto that platform, or put her as a triple C. Did you know anything about her before that time? She was doing her politics, yake, right? She campaigned, it didn't work. And then Chamisa brought her in. Then she went at the top there with the top leadership. Where has my brother gone? So if you have a situation like that, when you come on a platform and then you say, oh, don't talk about this, we have to start focusing. Because this kind of thing is the way we kind of see politics in Zimbabwe happening. And but what I don't understand is why do you end pakutaura kuti imimi vakadzi wakararana ningi kwemi varume hamurare nevanhu here asi muri kurara nembwa. I'll end there for now.
Okay, thank you. Let's hear for the next. Let me not respond to the brother also. Then let's hear others first. Who's next? By the way, Comfort.
So it's I think the other brother dropped. So let's go to Incompetent. You can have the mic, my brother.
All right, thank you. How are you all? Ndangopindawo pakati nyaya iri pakati, but from zvandiri kunzwa, I think nezvandamboona wangu masikati, it's a challenge to us because you are the ones who trust these people who are in leadership positions, and we trust them so much that we end up giving them our sacred vote to represent us for 5 years. So I think this scenario, inofana kutibatsira kuti tizive who these people are and what is it that they stand for. Do they stand for the people, or they are doing their own things? Because kuti munhu ari kuopposition doesn't mean they are saints or they represent you, and kutiwo futi ari ruling party doesn't mean kuti they are bad. So I think nyaya yamahere, inini I was one person aimutrust as many, but kana nyaya dzakadai so dzaakubuda dzine evidence, you then start to question yourself with, so now vari kumboda kuita sei? Tisu semazimbabwenzi taakutongoramba tichitongotambiswa sebhora, taakungoramba tichitambiswa bhora risina mweya. So the question again comes on us kuti, is this what we want or otherwise? Hapana here zvimwe zvinhu zvatogona kuita, because I think kuti tirambe tichitaura pasocial media, tanyanyisa kuramba tiri pasocial media mazimbabweans. We need to organize ourselves, toronga chinhu chinobudirira, because in as far as I'm concerned, nyaya dzekutaura pasocial media dzichangoramba dzichiitika ameno kusvika Jesu achiuya kana vari vanozouya. But now tiri kungoramba tichisafa. Turamba tichisafa, why? Because ava vari kuita zvavanoda. Vari kuita zvavanoda because they are in power, they have the money, and they are doing those things at the expense of our economy. We are the ones who are suffering. But chatiri kugona ndechekungoti zvazodai so pazobuda nyaya, pakabuda kanyaya tokamhanya tichikataura, pakabuda iyi mangwana tomhanya naye tichitaura. So my point is, let's not trust these people, and let's not put much of our energy for social media. Social media haichinje zvinhu. Chero mukati nhingi yaura nanhingi aba mari yakaita sei, nyaya iyo inongoperera pasocial media. We need to sit ourselves down, toronga toona kuti toita sei, kwete kuramba tichingotaura pasocial media. Guys, nyika iyi hatimbofa takaitora nesocial media. Thank you.
You know, what do you think needs to be done? Maybe I'll ask you maybe towards the end. I was wondering what should be done, because what has happened with people like MAI JEREMAYA, they've obviously right now gathered so much clout publicly that could easily mislead. Point was said, because we've had characters like that before. We've had Thokozani Kupe, who was the first Mahere, remember, 2018. He once damaged MDC Alliance, not in a small way, in a very, very big way. Bank account. Pane echo.
Okay.
Please.
Okay.
Bank account yakatomhanya. Jese building yakatenda. Because of one person. Another person again, just mute, please. Mute all. Another person akambouya destroy opposition was Chabangu, Monzora, and then Chabangu achipinda. At one time, it looked like Chamisa had made mistakes. I don't know if people remember when it looked like, Chamisa has got a problem. Chamisa should have done this. Chamisa should have set up structures. Chamisa should have done this. You know, and it looked like until when I did a gold mafia expose on Chabangu, and had a meeting with the Shabangu at Crown Plaza in Harare. And then I exposed, people were believing that, they ended up even believing that, no, Chamisa must have a problem, or so-and-so has got a problem, or this should have been done. When in actual fact, one person had posed as a credible challenger to everyone, using something that looked legitimate. And right now, FADZAYI has created this brand of hairs, right, that looks as if she's clean when she's in fact a chigananda. Say. Let's hear from let's hear from the next person. Who's the next person for Comfort?
Salani has her hand up. Salani, you can go ahead. And before you go,
Hi, Salani.
Before Salani goes, I was gonna answer some comment and say, I agree with you. We organize, but also we do something that I like to call knowledge production. We collect knowledge around those who pose as potential leaders. those people that have positioned themselves in our community as leaders, those that especially our young people are looking up to. We do critical character analysis. Look at the many young people that follow the daddy character and the whole portion. We have to expose who those people really are. I think that's one of the ways of organizing. When information comes about Nanike FADZAYI, before we start to defend, go and do your own homework, do knowledge production, do analysis and check the facts. I check what's there, so that when the time comes, Tanzwane mahunga kuti kuda Iron Lady is trying to organize for her own political party. If that comes, then when you go to that ballot box, you're going to know, do I want to vote for this woman that I know at some point in her background she supported corruption, she is corrupt? Do you want to regurgitate the same system? I think that's part of the first step to organizing. And so as you were speaking, that's kind of what I'm thinking about. Instead of just following people blindly, because anima followers a million, we follow them. I think that should become the reality of, we have to know who our future leaders are. We already know who our current leaders are, but we need to know those who are posing as potential leaders, so that we don't go into the same pit. Sisalani, go ahead, sis.
Thank you. Sorry, the mic was muted.
Sorry.
It's all right. Thank you so much, sis. Right, where do I start? So the first thing that I want to mention is that I feel that when we speak of FADZAYI MAHERE, we should look at all sides, right? And we should also understand that because of even the position, many of you remember when we're going through the with her party, she contested, but she didn't get a lot of numbers. Let's go back to the history of it all. Nelson Chamisa is the one who brought her in. Now, here's the problem, because a lot of times I feel that Zimbabweans, we look too much into the politicians, but forget to also look within ourselves. The moment that happened, where I think I get you the MDC, that's switch out with his triple C and all that. But she was already getting placed and put in above the others. And I'm sure in MDC, there were so many people, so many women, so many men that could have held the position, that had been part of that political outfit for quite time and deserved to be put in such positions. But we didn't see that. We saw an outsider being put above the rest. So who do you blame there? Do you blame because she was selling her potential yaunayo, kana kuti nekuma connections ezanu aunawo, since baba wako vari kuzanu rega ndikuunzewo futi? What are we doing there? Because I don't think we should just end on saying that iye chete. We have to look at those who brought this in kwazvakatangira. And when that happened, I didn't see people who were in MDC say anything about it, knowing fully well that you were a member for maybe 10 years or 5 years. You did your thing, you were rising up the ranks. You were not even selected to head anything as high up as she was given a platform, and you didn't say anything. You allowed it to go through. Why? Because Chamisa has said it's ndiso zviri kuda Mwari. Anoti ndiso noda hori ghost yanotaura nayo. I don't know how that ghost is. You allowed it to happen. So obviously, for her to gain to the point where people listened to her, or she's gained prominence, was because she was put in positions. Just like Chamisa, for him to gain prominence, he was favored and put into positions with other people. Vakamu lift her up as well. That's how politics works. So now you're looking at a situation, Yoti Apinda could triple C, when she's now the spokesperson of the political party. You have to ask yourself, throughout the whole campaign year Triple C, infiltration. Many of you will still remember that FADZAYI MAHERE announced the names of people. Right, the reason why quite why infiltration during the uyu pavano pavaifana kuno register was because of ana Freddy anachi pane mazita hobwa vakataura vachiti ndo vanhu yanga yainzi chiko chigroup chezanu chaishanda during the elections come for. Do you remember the name? Simba, muchiri kuziva here zita racho? FAZ. Thank you, Tendai. Thank you so much. Yes, Shinzi, they are members of FAZ. That was quite interesting to me because they also she was also not highlighting the problems that they were doing or the things that they were not looking into. But whenever she would come through, there were always questions. One time, Makataroti, Sadaki, we've written to them, and they'll be responding shortly. Magambona Sadaki, Ichipindura at any given time, Achiti, my electoral reforms, Tatumira, what. She was basically being a voice of an engine, Yangaisinga Shande and Peravan. She spoke about there's a bank account. She spoke about there's a constitution. As FADZAYI MAHERE already spoke with Triple C. Makazoiona yo bank account and that was the first time you ever saw a Triple C bank account. And then there were talks of there's a constitution. She is a lawyer. You're telling me Kuti she was okay with a 3-page constitution but when she would come out in public, she would make it seem as if isusu ana bosalani tainyepa patai question ajunu. We were crazy, but she was actually lying to you. Under the banner ye Triple C, position Yangari as a spokes, she could have done better, but she didn't. I guess she was serving her master Nelson Chamisa. But then look at what then happened. She got fired because takazoona uyanonzani Ostalos was still deputy spokes, and then we ended up getting an promise vakupinda. What happened to FADZAYI? Oh, it's because she became an MP. Didn't Ostalos also become an MP? So why did he still hold his deputy spokes and then FADZAYI was kicked out? Pane problem yagaitkepa. So I wouldn't be surprised even, and another thing, remember, FADZAYI na Ostalos vese, they refused to kusayenda ku parliament, wakaenda kuneta sworn in. After Chamisa ati musayende. Right? That's something as well, which is not sounding right. How did that happen? And then later on, you now hear her saying, I'm resigning. You want to now resign. Wakadi you could resign. Wakadi you could tadza kutompinda in the first place. Because what they did was to whitewash a system isiri kushanda. That's what they did. The reports and everything were saying kuti election itaona ma irregularities ikatifamba emakadai endai kuma courts. Unondudza FADZAYI MAHERE as a lawyer, even if she practices in another department or another field, she doesn't have lawyer friends the way she has lawyer friends. Varikumu batsirane case yake na honorable Tino. She could have done that. They could have done that, but none of them did anything. They said no. We played our part. Isusu, we ran our race. Taka voted while we fought for our constituency. I became an MP. Remember, she even announced that she was an honorable. She even changed the name on her profile picture. If you looked on X, she had already put the title honorable. Is Chamisa okay with this? Are these people going forward? Are they what? And then we questioned it, and then she had to remove it. That sounds like a person who's in it for power. That sounds like an individual who's in it for her betterment, right? And then, so everything she does, what I'm trying to say is whatever she does, don't think what is just no. She is definitely a driven person in whichever way you want to look at it. The examples I've given you should show you that she's driven. She has a destination she wants to go to, and Iron Lady. I guess maybe kusumudza simbi kwanita, because inini there's only one Iron Lady, one Ziva Margaret Thatcher. Yo, saka pamunoona pakadaro munhu anenge achitoti inini uku ndiko kwandiri kuenda uku. And I'm sure she'll even go there with or without Chamisa, because she has said to herself that this is what I want to attain. You also then have to appreciate her on another uyu yekuti mukuziva kwake anoziva vanhu mazimba. When she left parliament, she started to then realize kuti no, social media ine yese. So a lot of time you'll see that she'll be questioning things. If anything, FADZAYI MAHERE has done a bang on job of of representing or asking questions to those in ZANU-PF that Nelson Chamisa has ever managed to do. Nelson Chamisa is either anokupa giraffe kana tokupa Bible verse. At least FADZAYI MAHERE anoti dear chakuti wekuzano. We've actually seen conversations. Right? The other time, like, oh no, actually talk conversation, na honorable, and stuff. But there've been other conversations she's had. Achita na dear, and now you where ZANU spokes, and Afara is where ZANU spokes. They answer each other. There's been more conversation that she has drummed up, to be honest with you, that Nelson Chamisa has. And I actually think that Nelson Chamisa we might actually see her as a threat. And perhaps, or maybe she was doing it so that the people, when Nelson Chamisa starts something or she starts something, whichever way it will be, she will have the backing of you, the Zimbabweans are not allowed to, but Munuyuka is a woman who has been in the trenches on social media. She's been questioning, she's been doing this, and she understood Kuti, that's what she needed to do. Right? She understood Kuti, but it is because Ane Chinangwa. That's something you should never forget about FADZAYI MAHERE. She's a driven person, and I'm certain she'll even sell you guys if it meant that she could get where she wants to go. That's my view of her. But I respect her as a woman for being able to analyze the situation and being able to realize Kuti, the same way Amuno Shantiswana Chamisa Chitara my Bible verse, she can also use you kuti drive based on the work that she's doing on social media. I'll end there for now. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Vanyango, I think has come in, but I think we also have the legend Zimdude. The legend. Shoot.
Sometimes on Kangano Mazita we pa X.
I guess I must have Right. Okay. Vanyango, shoot.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your deliberation, Madam Boss. But when I look at your deliberation, it was, I don't know whether it was an attack on FADZAYI MAHERE or it was an attack on Chamisa or both, I don't know. But however, you said a lot. You said a mouthful. And but we need to be realistic. We need to be realistic. Let me start by the formation of those parties, the parties that are that have been announced. Like one, Itendebit is forming another party. Job Scala is also on another party. That one we know it will happen. Those things only happened simply because Chamisa said something about the forming the broad movement, and that one called for the mass movement of ZANU-PF trying to divide the votes for the opposition. The question as to whether we still have an opposition or not. As for now, we don't have an opposition. That's the honest truth. We don't have the opposition. But FADZAYI realizing the vacant open on the social media, I think she did so well to try and go there. It's unfortunate that Madam Boss, you are seeing it as her own way of trying to maneuver into various positions. FADZAYI, when she was called in by Chamisa, I don't know, you said so, but let me take it for your word. When she was taken by Chamisa, she showed a potential. She showed a should I say max woman or maxman, the accuracy. Whenever she stands up to speak, whatever she says, she will make sense. Whatever she touches, she will turn into gold, right? I'm not going to go into the closets, the deeper secrets that Brother Chikanza is talking about, because that one is what he has investigated, and I trust him is true, right? So what we need to be realistic here, we need to stand up. and be seen and be counted. And FADZAYI did just that. And she was awarded by being the spokesperson of MDC Alliance. And I don't think she did. She faltered. She was doing so well. She was challenging even ZANU-PF ministers to can come to board, because the only thing that the opposition can do for now is to try and bring sanity to the ruling government. If we don't have an opposition like that, like today, ZANU-PF is doing anything that they want at any given time. So I think the time for blaming that I'm seeing Sister Boss doing, or Chamisa did, Chamisa did, Chamisa, that thing is not helping us much. I think we need to think deeper and say, okay, Chamisa might have faltered on 1, 2, 3, but what are we doing as citizens to try and enable him to do better? As long as we don't do that, as long as we don't take self-introspect on what we are doing as a nation to try and bring sanity to our country, we will always be scavengers in foreign countries. We will always moving from one clinic to another, stealing drugs. You saw them at the border, Bedi Bridge border post. I think even Munangagwa, when he looks at that, it must be just a rotten egg in his face. People going all over the clinics in South Africa, stealing drugs. You see? So what we should be trying to do as a nation is to try and bring back our healthcare system, is to try and force Mnangagwa. I saw Mnangagwa saying for the first time, Pasine Shigananda. Let us push it further so that Mnangagwa can also go straight and attack those Ganandas and tell them, instead of giving people cars, no, let us have a working health system. We don't have that in Zimbabwe. So I don't want to speak much. I think I will end here. Thank you very much for giving me this chance, but we need to do more as a nation. That is
okay. Thank you very much. Yeah. So quickly, I just wanted to say here. Can you hear me? I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you, Simba.
Thank you. So you see the tragedy of taking in some to your structure simply because they can talk nicely, they can talk better, or they look better, or they are connected to better people. That tragedy is the tragedy that Zimbabwe is in at present. It's the very reason why. It's the mistake that was done by the comrades when they decided to remove Dabaninke Stole from leadership in 1974, who was not a so eloquent man, who was like a job seeker character, uncompromising, refusing to coexist with the Rhodesian government, and then co-op, and then decided to go for a Mahere Rhodesia British accent, sounding like Robert Mugabe, not knowing that what that was a detouring. It was a destroying of the entire struggle of the war veterans. It's taken them 50 years. And even up to now, the war veterans don't even know what hit them. Because you know what you've done is, it's as good as you jumped into bed with someone who was going to misdirect your efforts. So this is the danger. Just because someone talks well doesn't mean that person is for you. You know, I mean, having Mahere as your spokesperson, someone as dangerous as her, someone as scamming as her, it's just as good as you sleeping with her. Kuvata naye cheko cheko, opening your zip, nemunhu iye. When you can clearly see, kuti munhu uyu, munhu anopinda pinda nana ozi asivhute, muma bedroom. Sorry, I apologize to those who feel that I'm now talking too much. But folks, this is about accountability. I'm not doing this to embarrass FADZAYI. No, it's about accountability. It's just like Simba Chikanza right now. Folks, if I am loose, kana Simba Chikanza ari loose nezipi yake, I need you to know that. Do you know how much Simba Chikanza can endanger all of you? It means Simba Chikanza while he is aripa space panapa mukadzi kana girlfriend yesimba chikanza kana kuti magirlfriends asimba chikanza kana vakawanda vanenge vachitora data vakutozoti alright saka temptation uyu tamuona uyu tamuona uyu anogara apapo azodai maprivate madm ake tamaona esayo maevidence. Can you see how easily the public can be endangered by a wrong person being in a position of any sort of influence? It's just as good as that. Masports anenge atoenda, data rinenge ratoenda, and with data is everything. Mese munenge makutozikana, because do you know kuti muri paspace panapa cell phone inogona kupika my IP address enyu ipapa device yangu izvozviso ndotozva pese pamuri. Alright, watuka munangagwa, alright, tichaonana 12 midnight, woona vanhu vari kunoka padoor. Ndo zvakaitika muperiod iyoyi Fadzai was spokesperson. So you need to understand, it's not small. Having a person there, it's not the struggle for democracy, right? And community advocacy should not be about speed or about eloquence. It should be about accuracy. I would rather have just 2 friends than having 2,000 people who are close to me, who misdirect me when I'm driving, and they will tell me, no, Simba, so drive over to Glasgow when you're supposed to be driving, when I'm supposed to be driving to Dublin. No, who tell me could you drive to Binga when I'm actually supposed to be driving towards Bulawayo? So already, do you know what? Do you get it? I would rather have even 2 friends, even 1 friend. So it's dangerous to just bring people. And this is where ZANU-PF is strong. Where opposition has been weak, ZANU-PF haungopindi kwa kumiwi zvekumhanya zvikuda kuita tagwira izvi zvimuchaona ari kustopa. Yes, I don't praise ZANU-PF, but they've got a strong institution kuti hakungopindwi but not so strong because vakapinza Mnangagwa vakaitawo futi vakamupinza ana Mnangagwa vachibva kuspecial branch. You see, saka you risk a whole, munenge mato destroy a whole institution nenyaya dzekuita sei, dzekusaita background check evanhu, nekuprotecta community yenyu, nekuita kunyatso ensure kuti munhu wese ari papa anozivikanwa kuti ndiani, ari kuitei, ari kubva kupi, what is their agenda. And that is what you folks have suffered right now. Vanhu who have been tortured izvozvo paperiod hopo ching'ono achishandisa journalism achivharidzira mabasa ake nejinei kuti ndiri journalist, apa achiinda kunosangana nane army, achicorrupta army, achiita kuti army iite things that are worse than it has ever done. It's because hamuna kuita background check yekuti ko munhu ane 3 ID, munhu anofamba ne3 ID anotrustika here? Munhu anochinja mazita kuita senge mukadzi ari kuroorwa, that's not a bad thing, by the way. I'm not speaking a derogatory way against women, but I'm just saying, when a man changes their name as if they've married and divorced and married and divorced like that, it isn't that telling you something about a person's background. So that's the same thing that we're talking about FADZAYI MAHERE. I also wanted to say that folks, Panaja Misaka, I don't know if it's fair to blame him. Salani, when you were speaking, teacher Misa Akazodai, you know, I know he made mistake, but you need to understand kuti chamisaka panenge ari leader pepe asi pane vanhu vakawanda vanenge varipo vachitaura, pane mafriends, pane hama, pane chii, but munhu akanga ari behind Fadzi, hanzvadzi Salani, you know who influenced Chamisa kuti isa Fadzi, and you know that person. Ndiye munhu akaya ku DM kwenyanzvadzi pai iyewe. That same guy who came to your DM, he also went into Chamisa's DM and told Chamisa isa Fadzi, because Fadzi talks well. Fadzi, she communicates better. And you know, the same thing that you've seen Hopo saying, the only person who is vibrant in the party is Fadzi. It's the same thing that Hopo was telling Chamisa from day one, before, during, and after. And let me tell you why, folks.
Saka uri kuti
Let me tell
Chamisa
you why.
anoudzwa zvekuita nevanhu venyama kwete Holy Ghost. Is that what you're saying?
Aiwa. Ndinongotaurawo zvangu. I get your joke, but I'm just saying, zvinowanika kuti, I mean, tese nyangwe nemiwo hanzvadzi dzanti maishandawo naye Hopo vachikutumaiwo apa muchimhanyiswa muchitobhilivha kuti maakuzoimprova upenyu hwenyu, maakuzowana makariya enyu anenge asimukira nekuti mashanda na-award winning. So saka ndio inotongotambika iyoyi. Vanhu ivava vanenge vakumisleada. Saka ndio problem yakaitika. Hopo ndiye anga ari behind, is one of the people vanga vari behind FADZAYI. I also hear, I haven't verified this one, I also understand, it is claimed that Tabani Mpofu was also behind pushing, so you can understand how much pressure Chamisa had.
Simba, what I'm not understanding, because it's not just about Chamisa, like, let's hold him accountable. The whole issue here of discussing FADZAYI is to also hold other people accountable. Otherwise it will look like kungo target amuno, anditi. So umwe ngapiwe share yake of the blame. Because surely you have a situation where a whole entire political party, and you know how MDC, yanganema structures ka, you know kuti there were people vawakatombo interviewer kuno ku UK ve-MDC vachita matoitoi avo vachitokudza kuti inini ndine position yakadai. You know kuti there were structures. So how does someone get taken from outside oiswa pamusoro, yet there have been people who have been working their butts off, right, pardon my French, to support the political party for so many years, but it's like vakakandwa kuserishkanzaiwa munabasa. It might be because FADZAYI MAHERE, obviously, father is ZANU PF, you know, it's like Mao veteran, vanave Mao veteran. Panika respect kangoripo kuti unengo chinzuri mwana wemsangano. So it's possible that FADZAYI has got contacts as well. Ekuti vanhu anenga chizivo anonzani iye Chamisa. But if I bring her in, there's a likelihood kuti pane ma contacts akadaro achayuyawo in, because I'm showing kuti I'm open to bringing everybody. You don't know what he was thinking at that particular time. I'd love him to write his book and possibly talk about this. What drove him to make such a decision, Anditi? Because there's always a reason why someone does it, and I don't buy it. Kuti anga influence wa because the same individual anakublokwa erena Chamisa recently. So I don't buy it. Chamisa obviously has got his own mind.
No, that's Akazoblokwa 5 years later.
But still, it means kuti Chamisa is playing his game. Anogona kutokusekerera, but achiziva possibly kuti when kushandisa because I need something from you. It's possible because the same Mahere anakufaiwa pakaiswa promise mukwananzi. So it's possible. You don't know. We don't know how Chamisa thinks, but one thing I do understand about him, he's also about power as well. Muna anoda kutonga ena adezve vanhu vanomutanga kumupa excuses kana kuti vanotanga kumudza kuti hatisi kuwirirana neizvi. We've all seen what he did to Tendai Biti. We've seen what he's done to other people, you know. So it's possible kuti panguva yekuti Chamisa aida kuti vanhu vapinde mustreet Mahere akati I was a spokesman wekuti ndaiudza vanhu zvakati, but nyaya dzekuzoshedza kuti pindai mustreet ina handizvigone, because Mahere anenge achitoziva kuti kana Chamisa usingade kusungwa, saka inini ndinogoda kusungwa sei. I'm sure that is why he brought Promise Mukwananzi, because of the inonzi chiita jamuka uyu yaita Promise, because let's be honest, with respect to Promise, my brother, when it comes to being a spokesman, FADZAYI aigona kupfura my brother, zvakabva zvangoenda downhill, ngatisanyepirane. Promise Mukwananzi is more of a person anoita jambanja. You understand? You've known him for a very long time. So I'm certain at that particular time when he was appointed, Uyakabviswa, it was to spark a reaction or for people to get into the streets, vachi challenge ama results election yatakazoona. I'm certain of it.
In any personally, I think the best spokesperson of the party was Job Sikala.
Job Sikala, mothers could die.
Because Job Sikala, let me tell you why. Because many times what he used to do, he would speak what people, he wasn't looking to look clean. He would just blow it out there. And I think he was Job Sikala and Tabita Kumalo. I think they were the best spokespersons vamwe ava zvazvimwewo izvozvo. And I know Job Scala has his weaknesses, but one thing about that man is the courage. When everything else is put together, I think Job Scala akabatana nevamwe handiti kakadzoka vakabatana, I think chinhu chinoputika, because ane kamwe kalevel kesincerity kake, as long as he's not misled again to imitate a Mandela accent.
Aiwa, but iwe uri kuda kudaro Job Scala anakubatana nauyu anonzi ani Jacob Ngarivume vakati tabatana where we've started something.
That was later. That was later. Now that was later.
No. It was after he came out of prison. I was because I'm also in tune with Zim politics.
But that is later. That is what I'm saying is.
But mirandipedze kapoint. Mirandipedze Zimba. Akati kuti tabatana, we formed something, right? Iye na Jacob Ngarivume. And then I was surprised kuti Jacob Ngarivume was incarcerated. Job Scala didn't lift a finger when is a spokesperson is what? No. I've always seen Job Scala as more of a soldier. Do you understand? Paneme charisma. So in Chamisa, right. Even if Chamisa, I disagree with him, there's a certain flair and a charisma. To the table, right? People follow. Right. But then when it comes to Job Scala, he's more of the aggressive type. So the question you have to ask yourself, if he with his political party, are people going to join because I'm sure that is what Job Scala will give you more than Chamisa. That's the honest truth, because Job Scala doesn't fear prison, unlike Chamisa. That's why, and you'll notice this, even Pakazo Pinda, Job Scala Mjeri, you saw Guti, they didn't do much. And that's why Yaka spend so many time in prison.
But Chamisa,
and then they still want to argue Guti support Takaita say, if they were supporting him, there's no reason why Job Scala would have started something by himself. You know that a disconnect, but because Job Scala no ziwa futi Guti Chamisa and a huge following, there's no way in public yanga zikisa Chamisa, but kuto separata kwawo kwa wakaita, it's a sign. Yekuti vakaona kuti havachakwanisa kushanda vese kunyepere Simba.
Aiwa, panga paine vanhu vekusystem vaiita feed. You remember kuti Job Scala ane cousin yake inonzi William Chinyanga also, and saka zviya zvekuti Mandela zviya vese vari two vanga vachifurirwa vachinzi uri Mandela. Okay, it's very sad, but anyway, I think we've got Bento and the legend, and then we've got Two Boy. Can Temptation, can you mute, please?
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, I was thinking, yeah. Okay. I is it Bento? Bento, how you doing?
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I'm doing yeah, so yeah, I Boma.
Zviri sei Boss Salani, Two Boy, Temptation, the legend.
Right, thank you. Okay. I know you guys are not happy kuti
mira ntauri ndimbomira ndangoinga mashoko maviri chete naTendai uko naLadra naPanyango. Yeah, ini ndangokwirira ngoti ndikuti FADZAYI MAHERE is a product of corruption. Saka anofana kuverenga Matthew 7 verse 3 kana kuti John 8 verse 7 zvake zvokuuya panapa achitaura vanhu kuti corruption this when she's a whole product of corruption. And uyo ching'onoyo is just a gutter journalist vanomuti Mbudzi Yadhura was a notorious Rhodesian soldier aiharasa mavillagers kwachiyuko. It's not an honorable name, but ndangovinga Fadzi ndiwe corruption pachake. She's a product of corruption, you know. I'm not here apart Zimbabwe, but people they are in denial, especially when no opposition. If denialism, I think denialism must be declared a pandemic. You know, it's endearing in our country. I mean, it's a pandemic from the opposition. It's all corruption. Saka I'm not here to come to support FADZAYI. Ndoza zvangu ndichawana ma-brick bets from ma-supporters aFADZAYI. The other thing, lastly, hangu ndingoti guys muri kuhopa ne-opposition. The opposition is dead. Mudhara akauraya opposition is dead. Forget about the opposition. Forget. You have to start afresh from the ashes of the opposition. Morgan Tsvangirai 1999. Akusisina. Start a new one. Thank you.
Sorry, pane munhu ane mic iri open.
Sorry.
Right. Thank you very much. Let's hear from the legend, and then we'll go to Two Boy, and then after to the end it will be Tendai Hilton.
Yeah, hello Simba, how are you?
I'm okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's okay. You know what, guys? There's one unfortunate thing we need to understand here, Kuti. When someone chooses to go into politics, mostly they are very corrupt. This is echoed across the world. Politics. Certain politics is very corrupt.
I think
Aiwa tiri kuvanzwa kanasa unozvinzwa hanzi munhu wese anopinda politics is corrupt. Tiri kuvanzwa.
Ari corrupt and thanks Salani. Now the thing is this in the whole palaver yokutonga kwenyika toda vanhu in the necessary evil kuti titungamirira handiti kamukona. Now in as far as nyaya dzamahere hadzo dziri concerned indi the problem one yekuti hamusi kudifferentiate political sphere nepersonal life yake, because kana zvinzi ndizvo zvaari kuita kuzi anopevu zvakazara ndozviri kuitika every day even ndichitaura zviri kutoitika. Saka hazvina edification to the politics dzatinoda isu sepovo. What I would suggest is that kana imimi muri vanhu vanoona zvinhu zvakaita sezvizvi taakuenda next election, let's advocate for a new face of leadership. Andika zvekunzi Chamisa ane charisma and all the business that we have had Chamisa since Tsvangirai was there, and when Tsvangirai died, he died with his MDC. So because the truth is Zimbabwe is not ZANU-PF. Yane matsotsi. Anyone who argues with ZANU-PF wakanga chipenga because ZANU-PF chatoziva akusina. Andika there's something with opposition. Opposition kaijekwa nematsotsi. Zimbabwe at the moment is a mafia state. Because nothing is moving to plan and nothing is moving according to the constitution. If you want to see the nyika yakafa katesa maitwa arita basa apana constitution notekwa ba makambozona kupi mimi kuti vanhu vanoba mari vachingonzi fine vonzi rambe mutungamirira zvakambika kupi. I've never seen this in my whole entire life when it comes to accountability and responsibility. You understand? Of which our constitution advocates for that, and it is being subverted every day. Now azvindibatsiri kundiramira ndingochema kuti fadzazo ningi yezazita zvekuti sometimes imimi majournalist imimi vanasimba munozviziva zvinhu izvi kudhara maiziva zvinhu kudhara uku, and you hold on to that information wozatanga kutudza nhasi kwaizi tikatuma social media space urukanaye machakere. It's useless. Hazvisi kutibatsira as a country. Munoona isusu povo tofanga tiri more enlightened muchitipa zvinhu zvinoita kuti tikwanise kusarudza vatungamiri, qualities of leaders. This is how you change a political atmosphere in a country. Kuti makambopopota popota ma 2023 aizvi zvachakudai vana Chamisa chimbobva chimboendai mese namahere ibvai vana jobskela vana kwatata something vakasiya Tsvangirai mazuva aya nana Washman uye akabudisa 99 yake whatever MDC and all that junk which came out, which never even affected anything as far as I'm concerned politically. So in Zimbabwe we got a problem. We are politically inept, and number one, number two, we are not even knowledgeable enough to hold it onto account. Because that is mtemoto food. And chachitatu tinofarira kuita noise. Tirima anonzi majiko we are so melancholy. Our community is so melancholy. We make so much noise without substance. We need a situation whereby we organize ourselves as citizens. We cannot wait for Chamisa to liberate us or not liberate us. No. We want to organize ourselves and do something. These are malcontents in politics. Fine. Where are we taking the country as the people of Zimbabwe? Not as a Gananda member of Zimbabwe. Gold Mafia came when I noise when I also is watching Morena Checha, Hubert Angel, but he was one of the Gold Mafia. to me it shakes me to the core kuti hatione kuti zvinhu zvakaipa izvi but tinozvitsigira which is a sign yekuti the community yedu kana kuti vanhu isu Zimbabwe hatina kana principle kana one as povo, because my politicians are not povo kukunda anything else. Why? Because they know that we can rubber stamp their leadership with what my president is and it is. But we are not using our power to make them realize that they work for us. Because of you, my journalists, to repeat, to useless. And they come, okay, what do we get about it? It's just what we get out of it. What exactly are we trying to achieve? Akuna, we should, as journalists, you should be going more on with guys, organize an eye, not as a people or MDC, but as people of Zimbabwe. If a leader can achieve failure on their own moral grounds, artists primaries or whatever, the way you're going to choose people. And because I think that for 20 years, what Chamisa Chete, and this is Chamisa has gone, and kada pasina no zoga foot. And this is why Chabangu Agatora party, Akakangasama vote, even if you don't voted the whole country. And Chabangu messed up, and we kept quiet. We kept my spaces to pop out and nothing happened. And the Zanu have better 2/3 majority we need to change the way we do things. Zimbabwe needs a better political acumen than where we are today. What is happening is rubbish. What we're discussing is everyone just fucking each other. Sorry guys, so I think that it's none of our business. Let's make sure they don't come in the key points and the key positions for the country to move forward. Thank you.
Inini ndine problem nevanhu vari kungodaro kana ari manafadzi vari kumusoro-soro asi kuma-DM iwe legend wangosinganditi ndiri hure ndakavhurira vanhu makumbo angu.
I don't know you. I don't know you. I've never talked about you, and I don't know you.
I blocked you because of that.
No, I never said that. No, Salani, that is the Iowa. Salani, ndakanyarara Iowa, ndakanyarara musiwa yaka Iowa. No. I don't know you. I don't know you. Salani, I don't know you.
So why
no, I don't know you.
If you don't know me?
I never said that.
Never known my legs.
I never said that. I never said that.
Kuti uzonyora izvozvo zvanga zvaita sei?
It was an elaborate discussion.
Apologies, folks. We got cut off there. Just coming back. Just reconnecting here. Apologies. Apology.
FADZAYI wasn't everything. MAI Jeremaya made no dignity. Victim of poverty, made no decency. But FADZAYI just pure vanity. FADZAYI wasn't everything. Fancy talk, zero empathy. Law books can't fix identity. Cause my hair has neither dignity. She stepped in court with a powder face, but vanished when justice in the place. Says she's real for the youth, them case. But backdoor deals, they disgrace her grace. MAI Jeremaya selling in the storm. Rags and prayers, but soul still warm. FADZAYI Gucci, cold like calm. Adding her truth in a Twitter charm. FADZAYI. Worse than MAI Jere. One's a victim of poverty, the other lost all integrity. this real life testimony. FADZAYI, sit down. FADZAYI wasn't everything. MAI Jeremaya made no dignity. Victim of poverty, made no decency. But FADZAYI, just pure vanity. Yeah, but FADZAYI wasn't everything. Fancy talk, zero empathy. Law books can't fix identity. Cause my hair has neither dignity. She stepped in court with a powder face, but vanished when justice in the place. Says she's real for the youth, them case. But backdoor deals, they disgrace her grace. MAI Jeremaya selling in the storm. Rags and prayers, but soul still warm. FADZAYI in Gucci, cold like calm. Adding her truth in a Twitter charm. FADZAYI, FADZAYI. Worse than MAI Jeremaya. One's a victim of poverty, the other lost all integrity. Still got decency, but my rear full of vanity. FADZAYI worse in everything, hiding facts with fluency. Law degree, but fake diplomacy. FADZAYI got no dignity. This ain't politics, this real life testimony. FADZAYI, sit down. FADZAYI wasn't everything. MAI Jeremaya made no dignity. Victim of poverty, made no decency. But FADZAYI, just pure vanity. Yeah, but FADZAYI wasn't everything. Fancy talk, zero empathy. Law books can't fix identity. Cause my hair has neither dignity. She stepped in court with a powder face, but vanished when justice in the place. Says she's real for the youth, them case. But backdoor deals, they disgrace her grace. MAI Jeremaya selling in the storm. Rags and prayers, but soul still warm. FADZAYI in Gucci, cold like calm. Adding her truth in a Twitter charm. FADZAYI, FADZAYI. Worse than MAI Jeremaya. One's a victim of poverty, the other lost all integrity. pure vanity. Fatty worse in everything, hiding facts with fluency. Law degree but fake diplomacy. Fatty got no dignity. This ain't politics, this real life testimony. Fatty, sit down. Fatty wasn't everything. My Jeremiah made no dignity. Victim of poverty, made no decency. But Fatty, just pure vanity. Yeah, but Fatty wasn't everything. Fancy talk, zero empathy. Law books can't fix identity. Cause my hair has neither dignity. Stepping caught with a powder face.
Apologies, we're just rebuilding. We got cut off.
Says she's real for the youth, them case. But backdoor deals, they disgrace her grace. My
Apologies,
Jeremiah,
the
selling in the storm.
yeah, writer big writer kudonga ichiripo.
Worse than my Jera. One's a victim of poverty, the other lost all integrity.
I apologize, folks. Yeah, I think maybe my systems are kupisa. I think my computer anenge ari kupisa because of the weather. Kuno kuri kupisa, kuno yeah, kusipita pa the weather. Nine, yeah, and also I think it funny something to repeat about the weather also. I think my devices are not peaceful because I didn't have to go repeat out in the head on the key. Ukangoona connecting chete kuzoti inenge upset. Inenge yato upset saka zvinenge zvatodhaka. Inenge zvatodhaka zvacho. So
you know, there's something I don't understand. I hope my brother there can come back. Anandani, Cornelius, Banyangu, can you come back onto the podium? Because there's something you said in the last space that I didn't understand. I didn't make it personal in any shape. That's what you call an attack when something is personal. I was highlighting history, a political history, right? We know Guti Mahere, Akambo contester, and I gave you the background. And she got low votes, but it also made her
very political history, right? We know Guti Mahere, Akambo contester. Nelson Chamisa brought her into the fold. Saka kunyepere kuti mu MDC kudara manga mune ma structures, because that's what I was highlighting. What's happening? There's an echo. Mute your mic. If you've got your mic unmuted, just mute it when I'm speaking, please. There's an echo. So that's what I was highlighting, and it's political stuff. But I've noticed kuti vanhu kana musingakwanisi kuaccepta zvinenge zvataurwa ka munouya nemaexcuse ekutaura kuti oh you're being personal kana kuti oh you're attacking Chamisa, oh you're doing this. At the end of the day, you need to be in a position to question your leadership. And I specifically remember when I saw this kind of between Honorable Kasukwere and Mahere vachinetsana. ndakatonyora pataurwa nyaya dzemari namahere ndikati aiwa iyi nyaya iyi yemari yekunzi corrupt. Why don't we have a situation where every politician, vanotiratidza kuti mari dzavo dziri kubva kupi? We need to know how they get their cars. We need to know how they get this. It's a fact. And it's not just synonymous kungoti ZANU-PF chete. Ne-opposition iripo tofanira kuziva kuti mari dziri kubva kupi idzi. Munhu wawana sei zimba rakadaro rabva kupi? If it's Maria making, then fair enough, zvinonzwisisika. Kana dziri mari dziri dodgy, toziva kuti dzakadaro. But also you have to understand this, because there've been times when I've heard people say that because of ma connections ane vamwe vanotombo representa futi vana veva-president. So imagine that. The day you find out kuti your favorite opposition leader, a lawyer, anga achirepresenta vanhu vamunoti vari corrupt, vachibhadharwa mari yecorruption iyoyo, munozozvifambisa sei? Let's not lie to each other. This is everywhere. So I just didn't understand why the first thing you'd say is, oh, muri kuinsulta. Who did I insult? Unozva insult ereni. Ndonatsa kugona kuinsulta kaukavunza vanhu vanondiziva. I can insult proper. I was very respectful. And I was speaking, highlighting where things were with the history in politics that we've seen, and how she rose up and how she's also staying above board and all that. And ndikatotaura kutoti tichitarisa futi Chamisa you'd see kuti Mahere is asking more questions than Chamisa has. Andina uchitaura. But then I noticed when you came through, you were like, oh, ndikungonzwa ma-insults. Ameno zvaunonzwa kana kuti nzeve dzako hadzinzwe. I just wanted to clear that up with you first.
Right. Okay. Vanyango, you can talk. Yeah, you can respond.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I was about to leave, anyway, but when I realized that I think
you're even calling it a fight. When was it a fight?
No, sister, don't be emotional. Sometimes you need to.
Where are the emotions as well?
Because you are saying Iweweka, because that one to me it sounds more emotional.
Oh, because I'm a woman and I've questioned you, Sakaya emotion.
It's not about you being a woman. You know what? I'm one person who I'm so respectful of that gender aspect. I don't want to find myself on that area of being gender insensitive. I don't want that. If you may realize that. Actually, the exchange of words, of course, it was a fight. It was a fight. Because it was a matter of just leaving someone to shout until his lungs are out. And then you smile and let him go instead of interchanging those words. Anyway, that was not the reason. What I wanted to say, my sister, you said to that guy, I don't know who spoke before, and then you ended up having that exchange of words. You said the reason why you wanted FADZAYI MAHERE to be exposed, even bedroom issues, is because you were also treated the same. So you wanted her to be treated the same.
Don't lie. Don't lie. I never said that. I said, no, I did not say I wanted, don't lie. The recording is available. I said that you gentlemen are coming here. Muchitaura kuti zvamuri kutaura muchiexposa mabedroom issues hazvina kunaka. Dai muchidaro sei musingadaro vakadzi vasiri mupolitics. That's what I said. When did I say that I want her to be exposed? Why would you lie like that? Why would you lie like that from a space I know record? I never once said I want a woman to be exposed that way because I've experienced it. All I said was, imimi varume munoti musa expose Mahere ne bedroom antics. Why do you also then expose isusu vakadzi vasiri ma politician? That's what I asked. How dare you change my words, Panapanai, on a space ya record wafuti?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. What I would kindly ask all of us to can do, let us go and re-listen to the audio.
Yes, go and listen. Absolutely. Yes, go and listen. Iwewe chitotanga wanoteerera and then wozodzoka uchitaura. Because I never once said another woman should be exposed that way. I questioned why you men, in fact, I even mentioned you. Ndikati imi marume problem yamunayo ndeyekuti munenge mune mafavor ekuti uyu mukadzi ngaasa-exposwe, but vamwe pavano-exposwa hamutaure chunhu. I even questioned you too. at the beginning of the space, and then I question the last brother at the end of the space. So why would you change my words? I'm a person who's experienced it, and all that. So why would I want another woman to be put through what I go through? I'm questioning you because mune selection yekuti uyu ari high quality amufane kudaro asi ava they're cow dung vaitirei. That's what I asked you, and I'll ask you again. Why do you do that?
Okay, I think when we talk, we should give each other a chance again. Okay, if I did say so, or if my statement sounds like I am insinuating that, or women should be subjected to such hallucinations if ever they have their bedroom issues, then I apologize. I withdraw those words unconditionally so. Because I don't want that to happen to me, and I would not like that to happen to you either. Right? That's why if you listen to my the second chance where I was given by my brother Simba Chikanza, I said, let us look at the bedroom issues. I mean, not the bedroom issues, the bread and butter issues. Instead of looking at the bedroom issues will never bring you back to Zimbabwe. Right? You want to go to Zimbabwe. I want to go to Zimbabwe. Brother Simba want to go to Ghana. And all of us want to go back to home. Right? Because, east-west home is best. We all want to go home. So the only thing that we can do is to try to incite people so that they can see the bad that is being done by the corrupt leaders that we have. And I don't question anything that Brother Simba has said about the corrupt tendencies of Mahere, because I don't know that. He has all the evidence. He puts them down. He narrated them. We heard them saying so. And I cannot stand up and say, no, Simba, you are lying there. You are lying. Because, I'll be arguing on an empty space. Right? So, if ever I said, Salani, you should be subjected to such stupid utterances, then I apologize. And I repeat, I will apologize.
You never said I should be subjected, but I asked you the question. You are saying that Mahere should not be subjected. So why is it we don't say that for every single woman that they should not be subjected? Ngati sango bata umukadzi umwe wanika as Mother Teresa, and the rest are seen as non-entities. Your message should be for every woman, not just Mahere. That's been my message all along. I don't know kana uri kundinzwa. Message yangu ndekuti vakadzi vese ngavabatwe zvakanaka, ngavataurwe zvakanaka, ngavasaunzwe bedroom antics when you're doing a political discussion, because I've seen a lot of women vachitadza kutotaura futi nyaya dzepolitics vachitya kuti ndichatukwa nenyaya dzemubedroom, and it's not right.
That is not right. I totally agree with you, because when you are looking at issues of bread and butter, that is where we should be center our argument on. Not centering with, what, if you can dare say that, then I'm going to say ill about what I saw you doing in the bedroom. Because all of us, including me, I have my own a very dirty cabinet. This thing of saying, we want to expose the women and we show them, I even asked you, if I can ask, who is a virgin? All of us, men and women, none is a virgin here on this platform. None is a virgin. So why should we be talking like we are holier than thou? And no one can stand up and say, I only slept with the wife that I married today. That is a
lie. Makadima comrades. Comrade Salani, honorable members of the House. We have a problem. Zimbabwe is bleeding at the moment. My brother Simba, thank you for the good space. So no one can revolution is this. Salani are right. Are right. Saka, at the end of the day, the problem, it is the system that has tormented us. We are in this fight, in this battle, because of things that are not pleasant. They are unpleasant situations, many of them, not this Mahere and Machaka area. But what I want to say, allow me and correct me to say, Tirimu political debate or discussion. There is no gender. But outside that statement, we need to respect each other. And the first respect we owe men to women. That should be standard. Outside politics, kuchechi. Izvo zvinowanikwa futi kuchechi. Magoza arikutadza kugadzisa nyaya kuchechi vamwe vachitaura nyaya dzezveweti kusvonda. It is the culture that we need to deal with before we even start fixing our economy. In my view, I could be wrong. Azvirevi kuti kana ndiri wrong ndobva ndatemwa nematombo pana paspace. It's important, guys, tisakanga munyaya irikuita kuti tirare tiswera tiri pamaspaces. Right? It should not degenerate to personalities when we don't even know each other. Tinongoonana maziso apa kungoti uyo nini ngasati. Titombozivani takadai. Hatitombozivani. What has brought us together, it's problems. People meet at a funeral or they meet when there is a wedding most commonly. This is more like mune nhamo munyika medu. Musina nhamo mukatarisa nyika dzisina nhamo avatombozivi chinonzi Twitter. Avachimbozivi chinonzi Twitter. But what I want to say is, guys, we have a leadership crisis. There are things that are beyond just Hunu. A minister of a government is expected to behave like a minister of government. So I think these are the issues, some of the issues that we need to discuss, take advantage, of a bad event. It's a very bad event. It's a very sad event to see, vanhu vachinyanikana zviweti zvavo vachitaurana look, it's not good. And then not to say my brother is wrong, kuti tozoti tese panapa hapana asiri version. No, ichokwadi, but we should not talk about that. What we should be talking about is issues to do with the ethics. Beyond that, what is the selection criteria? I want to know. It's beyond Vamnangago. Munanongo mukakwake kunjanja sinyoronzi president ante zvaanoda here or what. I think we need to have a mature politics that speaks to Satuka, but questioning the president and the whole presidency. President, because some of these things, I'm not shy to say, and I want to be inquisitive here. The character of the head of state, I don't know in his capacity as Baba Tongai or as the head of state or as the president of ZANU, was 3-in-1. There are things that are very disturbing. But I think he is on the spotlight. There's no accommodation for him to speak Sababa Tongai, because he's got a portfolio. He's got a responsibility. The number one responsibility is to unite people of Zimbabwe. There's no time for jokes. There is no time for jokes now. I will expose the people surrounding the president, the advisors, and the people who give me the program. Because in Nyangondikataura and Kavukura, I do not have the authority to. That's how I understand the system. There are people who are supposed to sit down the president. I'm a fekerenya Syria. Right? What you say in public as Bude, because you are representing a nation called Zimbabwe. And I'm not trying to cover up Machakairo or anybody. Not fair. It could be good. I always say, they don't listen, they copy more than listen. We've become that kind of nation. The other day, it was Manuzza, vice president. Right? Munkanapa level, your leadership, Tese tinoenda kutoilet, tese tinonongona madziwa, tese sendatora my brother that tingasa am a virgin, but by virtue of you taking oath, mawana totanga, watopa spotlight. And again, I'm not defending Van Wanapointwana president. Let's look at Zimbabwe, in my view, beyond Vamnangagwa. Beyond the next female president that I'm advocating for personally, is this the Zimbabwe that we want? No. I think one thing I've discovered, Zimbabweans, vanechidone nyika yavo. Ndinoshuvira kuti zuva ratichati tiise mari yekutsvaga GoFund, yekutsvaga consultant an independent eye, non-Zimbabwean, to tell us what really our problem is, I think I'll be the happiest man. Wongotiudza chete kuti aiwaka ndine 2 days or 1 week ndichikuona muchiita zvamuri kuita in the sense yekuti kuvaka nyika tovaka sei. I don't know, but I think first thing you say we are not ready. He's going to tell us we are not ready. Tikudhila nemarwadzo. Hey? And also, ndiniwo signor ndakutaura ndichifunga zvandiri kufunga, because for the longest time we have seen it. I can't talk about Nigerians more. I will talk about Zimbabwe. The caliber of people that we have. Vanhu vakuita mari nenhamo muZimbabwe. On social media for the longest time, more than a decade, we've seen it. Kuti inini pana simba tiri kuseri kwedu kuDM uku. Toti nasida kunosurprise vanhu. Those who think I'm joking, find out, you will realize kuti aiwaka zvakatanga kudhara. My love nema likes. Because nobadara. Vanhu voungana topedza todzokera kuseri nasimba toita chikweye toti haya tavagona. I'm bringing an equation here. I'm bringing controversy. Inini ndiri munhu wecontroversy. Controversy is good because it makes you think and think even better, because we could be dealing with problem isipo. Togona kunge chichosekwa nemunhu ari paspace panapa ka. Atoona mahere namachaka here maybe kupalanda vachiti kwiwe nyaya yakazofamba sei vachitaura namushe mushe. I've seen it with my own eyes. I'm not a political activist, but thank God, sometimes you get to a point or a situation. What I mean by that, I don't know now, but it used to be allowed to go to parliament, lunch, unotoshaya kuti kopanapa, unotopunyaira kuti kana uda kuti vanhu vagwe, unotoshaya kuti panapa ndini ndakutokonzeresa, because these people they are madly in love as legislators. I'm not saying kuti they must not mix and mingle, but I'm saying the picture they portray out there for political mileage, right? It's totally different from when they have a common cause as legislators, right? But one would say, okay, fine. Why can't we have someone and not guys? It's my politics. I'm one of matukano, But I can safely tell you, mumatukano momo inini newe tiri kutyikizirwa mafungiro angu kuti ndo zvatinokuitai, because there is a strategy to silence the voices of Zimbabwe, which I think that is the main thing, guys. Tikaramba takarara tichatadza kuuya paTwitter panapa. I want to reject that vigorously kuti atingati chese ndokusungisa. Politics is politics. Before I say anything, I must put an underlining to say whatever I'm saying is politics. And I'm actually sending a message to everybody here. Put a disclaimer to say, but it's politics, because that will save you in a court of law. Because in a court of law, we are trying to find out whether what are your intentions. It's far from even apologizing, because putting a disclaimer politics. That is just politics. Politics, that is that. Politics, you don't go and report to police station. That is the politics I know. And Simba, one day I'm sure you need to, and others, video parliament. Whether it's booing each other or what, and the panel is also. But maybe to correct things going forward, they must. What happens in Las Vegas in Parliament, it stays there, right? It must stay there. What I mean by it must stay there, when they come out of Parliament, we expect sober-minded people, leadership that is sober. But I'll tell you why we don't have that. Because we do not have a template yekuti munhu anokodzera kuva leader, whether councillor, whether a member of parliament, munhu akaita sei muZimbabwe hakuna. And I'm provoking you, musamirire hurumende yaifi yakazviita. Isusu panapa tikarongana inini Simba naSalani, we can come up with an institution to counter even the stable school of ideology. It's okay. That one can carry on. But personally, I'm aggrieved. Don't abuse Chitepo. Yeah, don't abuse him. Fine, but I can't stop you. But a national institution where a private institution where anoda kutonga Zimbabwe, anoda kutungamirira, right? It's not the government that decides for me. Who say tanga waenda ku Zimbabwe school of ideology? I'm just saying as an example. And this example is far-fetched. There are things that we are waiting for the government to do. They will never do it. No one will legitimize himself out of power. But when it comes to selecting leaders, inini nchagara ndakadzidza because vanotitungamirira mumaspace kupi kumabira kupi vanenge vachitaura kuti aiwa kana makusarudza mutungamiriri sarudzai mutungamiriri akati, sarudzai amai vanotaura zvakanaka nevanhu, amai vasinganyimi. You know, we don't have that. Maybe someone can school me, maybe I'm missing something. What criteria do we have as the electorate? It's not ZANU-PF, it's not the government that chooses for us. This speaks to a social contract or part of a social contract. Akadakwa, a clowny, because we are allowing politicians to decide. And my politicians, they don't care whether unorola, whether unodakwa, unemarambadoro, as long as uchunza vanhu. I know what I'm talking about. As long as uchunza vanhu, uchitamisa magaro, as long as uchunza vanhu, they do not care. But yepano pane nyaya. Our constitution requires you to have a political party, sorry, a political power for you to serve as a minister of government. At that juncture, watorwa nema political leaders, uri chigananda, kana kuti uri nzenza, kana kuti uri rombe, urombe hwako urkunza mileage ku ZANU-PF kana kuti whatever political party, ndiwo uri kutodikamwa. Akudikamwa munhu anotya Mwari oro wati akangopora so. Politics yoda munhu unogona kuti vanhu akataura vanhu vese vanosekerera, vanouya vanoungana. But now here comes a challenge. Those are the same people that we pick from. That is the president's role, to pick from elected members of parliament to represent the government. Saka chatiri kutsvaga chiyapa. Because mu parliament makazara vanhu vakadhakwa. This speaks to separation of powers. When it comes to ministers of a government, I think we need to change the guideline in the constitution. You don't necessarily have to have political power. You must have a sober mind. Rule number one is you must have a political power. It speaks nothing to your ethics. Sorry, Simba, I had to budge in. Mangwana ndiwe. Mangwana ndiwe. Kana vanhu vachitukana. Let's not make it worse, guys. Let's remind us that we have a big problem, much bigger than beyond vamunangagwa. Ende ndoramba ndichitaura ini. Tichasvika panyaya yekuti vamunangagwa vaenda. Totanga futi rimwe basa kuti ndimaiti vamunangagwa. We get busy on that. Is this Zimbabwe that we want? No, it's not Zimbabwe that I want. Guys, let me yield my mic. But, Salani, you're right. Mimi comrade, muri right. But izvo zvese izvo hazvina basa. Tine basa nezvekuti guys ngatifambe nendima. Tasvika panguva yekuti whether uri ZANU-PF, nyika iri kubaya, iri kuenda kukwekwe. Is that what we want? Is that what we want? No. I yield my mic.
Wow. Thank you very much, Signor. Quickly, I just want to do a quick recap, folks, what we are here for. This is a story that it's been really heavy on my heart for over 4 years. For over 5 years. It's been difficult because I've received a lot of resistance from many in the community about it, because of the person who is being or who is on the focus here, a lawyer, an activist by the name FADZAYI Mahere, who was at one time even catapulted to be the spokesperson of the opposition party. is someone who, however, I also had conducted some security screening, and she failed that security screening 5 years ago. And during this period, it was difficult. It's been really difficult for me to do the community safeguarding duty. You know, we all have duties here to safeguard. I think morally and socially, they say be a brother's keeper. So if you see someone who could hurt another human being, you have to play your part to alert the community that this person's. And you know what? During this time, it was difficult because I even lost a lot of readers, even in the news fraternity. People felt that, oh, I am against someone who is a human rights. And it's the same accusation that I had even on Hubert Angel 10 years ago when I started exposing him on Magaya, TB Joshua, and the like, and then the Gold Mafia. But folks, FADZAYI Mahere is someone who the evidence that I'm showing people is she's way more corrupt, way more scamming, way more scheming than anyone in the Gold Mafia that people watched in the documentary, the Al Jazeera documentary, and all the other documentaries that I've done, including the one of the Gatwick Airport hacking. Extremely scamming. She's someone I would never at all trust even to hire as a lawyer, because I have the evidence that she's beyond. And I think I've started showing people here so that you see and you know her. She's someone who is not even practicing law to the fullest. These are the facts. If she's doing law, she's just doing law at the side. On social media, she's not practicing either politics or activism. No, she's actual fact playing magic tricks using social media, using activism, using politics to merely play magic tricks. And what has been worse, which I found to be way more dangerous, is the abuse of the courts for the purpose of playing magic on the people so that she can look all magical. The same way, you know, when Emerson Mnangagwa says that he walked all the way to Mozambique when he was fleeing Mugabe. And then he says, I drank poison. You want to become a president, you've got to drink poison first. I was put on death row. What death row? In the EP death row, you see, playing magic tricks for purpose of self-propagation. That is what she does. And but what is worse are aspects of human rights. Folks, FADZAYI Mahere Nakuchena, she is not clean. When I say she's not clean, I'm being polite. She is extremely filthy. No matter how shiny her lips and her face and her skin will look, she is deeply corrupt. And you know, evidence, some which I didn't have in my hands, is now being presented, including her role in the looting of NASA. NASA is the government, the parastatal that was set up to help ex-employees, people who have been working and contributing into the pensions fund. She's part of that looting of that and covering up massive looting. She won't talk about that because she's part of it. Many other lootings that are not small. You know, if you look at the NASA looting, folks, if you look at the figures, FADZAYI Mahere is part of that. Officially, Jiripama paper. There are people she has been involved in at a personal level, love affairs, and on all of them that I have on my list, none of them is single. So you can imagine that in Varume that she has been with, who are very, very deeply involved in corruption. None of them have I seen. Maybe if someone is single. FADZAYI, I know you're following my webcasts, my podcasts here. Tell me, show me one. So FADZAYI is she's deeply involved in corrupt. But what has been worse, folks, is the magic tricks she was playing, portraying herself as an opposition person. while at the same time she's involved not just in looting, but she's also involved in human rights abuses and cover up of an extreme kind. That's very dangerous. That's not small. And I started publishing these things 5 years ago. Unfortunately, just like with the gold mafia, just like with the Hopewell mafia, members of the public will only pick up one day at a later stage. They don't pick it up immediately. But that is who FADZAYI is. So just thought to just briefly just chip in and just do a bit of housekeeping so that vanhu tizive kuti sei tauya taungana panapa tiri kutaura nyaya ipi. Tiri kutaura nyaya yeuyu anozviti anopractice law, anozviti anopractice activism, anozviti she's also a politician, when the truth is FADZAYI is not doing any of those things. If she is here and there, she's only doing that to cover up a bigger role that she's playing, and that role involves extreme scamming and scheming the public, scheming and scamming members of the public. And
Simba, let me engage you. Let me partly agree with you. But let's go national. I'll partly agree with you in this way, and I'm not legitimizing. If you are to call Linda Masarira here and follow why what she was saying after being, put it out of MDC, these leaders, they are corrupt. Apana kachena. I'm going to tell you something, because when somebody, a public figure, make utterances, sometimes vanotamalimikira. Parable yakaitwa na kudata gurei makainzwa here. You could see the most corrupt people and the people that he labeled. You know what that means, Simba? It's it's an open secret. These people are lawyers. Tichaivhura hombe kana muda kuti tiivhure patangosvika panyaya wataura. So I'm not trying to protect Mahere, but I'm agreeing partly and looking at it at a broader spectrum. The ZANU-PF people, as an example, they hire their opposition counterparts to represent them, and it's a fact. And the number one, anobva up at top of the list in the Tendabit and Mvengi. Adzingwa Mchechu, Mandiwanzira. That's how you should pronounce it. You should respect our leaders' name as Taonema pronunciation. He was voted out of ZANU-PF for corruption charges. Who represented him? It was Tendabit. And I want to also bring something which is problematic. Kwandiri Ninewe Tese. When it is said, unonzo vanhu vachitoataka kuti no, vakudefenda biti. Kuti no, ire basa. Guys, you can't convince me. You cannot fight a system with the right hand and lead it from the same system with the left hand. I'll bring you up to speed. If you remember, the Law Society was probed by the government to check on these lawyers. This story I know but what could be at hand here is a situation where, as an example, Simba, you hire me and someone who is ZANU-PF, but don't put nothing to me who is ZANU-PF. Remember, it's called convincing, right? I am an officer of the court, but I designed that you are selling that house to Salani. Simba, you were at Zik. Corruption, those who are in the system, if you know what I'm talking about, you should close those gaps. Now, what then happened? But Salani pays you 500,000 US or $1 million because our houses are overrated. But then in any mind, I do okay, lawyer and Simba in interest and PF. You only an offer letter in ZIG, not in US dollars. Externalization undercutting in terms of tax evasion dziripo dzese but muparo wemhosva ndiani ndiwe simba iwe inini weZANU-PF ndakupa basa dzangu itsitsi here kubvisa madziwa mwana wemvana chikaranga chedu ichi. Yes, politics, but it's about mileage. How do I benefit if I'm giving you simba we opposition iwewe ndokupa basa reconvincing? What will stop me from whichever way, whether we should blow, but chakarongwa gari, it's well orchestrated because the idea is to bring you down, Simba. Long shot, that information, it means Simba will be in trouble tomorrow. And this is the situation that I'm reading between the lines. Most MDC or opposition, let me put a blanket, opposition lawyers, right? So that is the corruption part that, and I'm trying to allude to. So, okay, yes, but let's not confine it to Mahere. And I'm not legitimizing, but we are saying with a quality leadership that is, Nyanzisa. And when they do it in public, it's more like they are equally the same. So that being said, this is where that issue and law society still has to either delist or discipline. It's a lighter word. These lawyers, but I will tell you, if they are put there, majority of them, they are opposition. I thought I should interject. It's beyond that. It's one of the statements that she said, okay, fine, kana munhu agumbuka unotaura zvese zvisina kunyatsotsarukana akati tinoda kutaura kune vanhu vakapiwa mari vasina kubhadhara maloni. I quote what she said. All these things that we point at ZANU-PF, it's no longer ZANU-PF opposition. Individuals who know vanhu vari kuti ma-leaders zvikananda. And I don't know, I could be wrong, as I learned. Sarcastic statement ya Tagwirei. Unoziva kuti lawyer wake wanopa basa iro nouyo pamwe ndiwo vanhu vari kutaurwa. But if we don't bring them on board to question kuti so pane nyaya yatanzwa pa, what's going on? Who knows? Pamwe mukamubvunza Tagwiri anokuti no, nyaya ndiri kutaura ndekuti vanhu ava ma-officers of court. Because at the end of the day, remember, inini handizosungwi. Ndosungwa hangu, but I can defend myself in a court of law. I don't know nothing. I told my lawyer Simba to conclude the sale. All I know is I've told Simba I found a buyer, Salani and Mariake. The rest, I don't know. So there's Vakuru, Papa, tax evasion, Vakuru, externalization. Ekuti nyaya dzacho atidedi kudzifambira zvakanyanya, but yes, I agree, yes, no, but let's look at it with a broader spectrum. With a quality of leadership, unyanya, in a corruption, they cannot run away from that. I use my mic.
Well, yeah, Signoro nyaya iri deep, and I'm hoping vanhu vatanga kuzvipika. What I want to do, Signoro, is that ndoda kuzoschedule another session this time, and chanisa a poster, and I'm looking at Nasi Wednesday. I was thinking tinogona kuita Friday manir. Iri says comfort takaita Friday. Ndakuda kunyatsobatanidza zvese in preparation for my book. Ndoti Friday manir, toti this time Saturday. I'm thinking maybe Saturday, right? Comfort. Maybe Comfort is gone.
So what my apology. Sorry. How are you, my beloved Mambokazi? Salani uri kuzvinzwa here? Makadzi vari panapa uri kuzvinzwa. The next president toda mukadzi. Yangu akasava Comfort, akasava Salani. Let's change. Ngatimbochinjai muriwo. Yeah, I just wanted to greet Comfort. Many thanks.
Oh, thanks, Signoro. Yeah. So I think Comfort is a little bit busy. So what I want to do, Signoro, I think we've had a big session, a lengthier session. Maybe we're going to cut. And then what we're going to do is Tichaita come back Saturday and Chata scheduled. I'll put a poster out here. Tunyasoma unload my V11 essays. I'm preparing my book. I'm not backing down. I'm going to do that. And I owe Zimbabweans the duty of disclosure. I owe Zimbabweans thorough background disclosure. FADZAYI Mahere, who she is. And please take this down in your diary. Saturday, ndichange ndichiuya panapa zvekare tonyatsochifamba 6 p.m. British time. Signora, I just want to thank you, and thank you, Sis Comfort. Thank you for everyone. I'm hoping that people picked one or two things as we're speaking today. FADZAYI MAHERE haana kuchena, taakungoburitsa mafaira achina kuti maZimbabweans mugare maziva. Thank you so much, Signora. Let's catch up on Saturday, sir.
I appreciate it.
Signora?
I appreciate it. Many thanks.
Welcome. Yeah, so I think let's get batane muswe Saturday. Thank you so much, folks. We're going to be cutting shortly and straight away. Thank you.
kuvimbika nguva dzese aiwa akatadza hongo akakanganisa asi zvese zvaibva muuranda yeupenyu hana kudzidza hana mukana akaremerwa neurombo nekushungurudzika akatengesa pamusika akakumbira tsisi zvakava zvakatemwa nehondo yeupenyu nguva dzese aiwa akatadza hongo akakanganisa asi zvese FADZAYI mwana wechikoro wakatambirwa mumisha ine simba wakawana mapepa amikana yenyika asi wakashandisa zvese kutsauka pachokwadi nodada nezita unozvirumbidza neruzivo asi chokwadi chaunotiza hunhu waunoshora wakatiza vechidiki vawaitungamira wakasarudza kuzvitarisira iwe chete zvikanganiso zvaMai Jeremaya zvaibva muurombo zvikanganiso zvaFADZAYI zvaibva mukusarudza kusava nehanya zvinhu zviviri asi kusiyana kukuru mumwe akatadza nekuda kweupenyu mumwe nekusava nemoyo hatisi kukudza vatadzi asi tiri kutaura chokwadi chekusiyana kwekutadza nekunyepera Mai Jeremaya akakanganisa asi haana kunyepa FADZAYI nemutauro asi moyo hauna rudo FADZAYI nemutauro asi moyo hauna rudo unotengwi unopiwi unosarudzwa Mai Jeremaya hana kururama asi hana kunyengera FADZAYI ane zvese asi hana kusarudza chokwadi izvozvo ndizvo zvinorwadza kupfuura urombo munhu chokwadi chinoratidza zvare Mai Jeremaya hana kururama hana kuvimbika nguva dzese aiwa akatadza hongo akakanganisa asi zvese zvaibva muuranda yeupenyu hana kudzidza hana mukana akaremerwa neurombo nekushungurudzika akatengesa pamusika akakumbira tsisi zvakava zvakatemwa nehondo yeupenyu FADZAYI mwana wechikoro wakatambirwa mumisha ine simba wakawana mapepa amikana yenyika asi wakashandisa zvese kutsauka pachokwadi nodada nezita unozvirumbidza neruzivo asi chokwadi chaunotiza hunhu waunoshora wakatiza vechidiki vawaitungamira wakasarudza kuzvitarisira iwe chete zvikanganiso zvaMai Jeremaya zvaibva muurombo zvikanganiso zvaFADZAYI zvaibva mukusarudza kusava nehanya zvinhu zviviri asi kusiyana kukuru mumwe akatadza nekuda kweupenyu mumwe nekusava nemoyo hatisi kukudza vatadzi asi tiri kutaura chokwadi chekusiyana kwekutadza nekunyepera Mai Jeremaya akakanganisa asi haana kunyepa FADZAYI nemutauro asi moyo hauna rudo FADZAYI nemutauro asi moyo hauna rudo unotengwi unopiwi unosarudzwa Mai Jeremaya ana kururama asi ana kunyengera. Fadzaya nezvese asi ana kusarudza chokwadi. Izvozvo ndizvo zvinorwadza kupfuura urombo. Munhu chokwadi chinoratidza zvare. Mai Jeremaya nana kururama ana kuvimbika nguva dzese. Aiwa akatadza hongo akakanganisa asi zvese zvaibva muuranda yeupenyu. Hana kudzidza hana mukana akaremerwa neurombo nekushungurudzika akatengesa pamusika akakumbira tsisi zvakava zvakatemwa nehondo yeupenyu. FADZAYI mwana wechikoro wakatambirwa mumisha ine simba. Wakawana mapepa mikana yenyika asi wakashandisa zvese kutsauka pachokwadi rinodada nezita unozvirumbidza neruzivo. Asi chokwadi chaunotiza unhu waunoshora. Wakatiza vechidiki vawaitungamira wakasarudza kuzvitarisira iwe chete. Zvikanganiso zvaMai Jeremaya zvaibva muurombo. Zvikanganiso zvaFADZAYI zvaibva mukusarudza kusava nehanya zvinhu zviviri. Asi kusiyana kukuru mumwe akatadza nekuda kweupenyu mumwe nekusava nemoyo. Hatisi kukudza vatadzi asi tiri kutaura chokwadi chekusiyana kwekutadza nekunyepera. Mai Jeremaya akakanganisa asi haana kunyepa. FADZAYI nemutauro asi moyo hauna rudo. FADZAYI nemutauro asi moyo hauna rudo. Unotengwi, unopiwi, unosarudzwa. Mai Jeremaya hana kururama asi hana kunyengera. FADZAYI nezvese asi hana kusarudza chokwadi. Izvozvo ndizvo zvinorwadza kupfuura urombo. Munhu chokwadi chinoratidza zvare. Mai Jeremaya nana kururama ana kuvimbika nguva dzese. Aiwa akatadza hongo akakanganisa asi zvese zvaibva muuranda yeupenyu. Hana kudzidza hana mukana akaremerwa neurombo nekushungurudzika akatengesa pamusika akakumbira tsisi zvakava zvakatemwa nehondo yeupenyu. FADZAYI mwana wechikoro wakatambirwa mumisha ine simba. Wakawana mapepa mikana yenyika asi wakashandisa zvese kutsauka pachokwadi rinodada nezita unozvirumbidza neruzivo. Asi chokwadi chaunotiza unhu waunoshora. Wakatiza vechidiki vawaitungamira wakasarudza kuzvitarisira iwe chete. Zvikanganiso zvaMai Jeremaya zvaibva muurombo. Zvikanganiso zvaFADZAYI zvaibva mukusarudza kusava nehanya zvinhu zviviri. Asi kusiyana kukuru mumwe akatadza nekuda kweupenyu mumwe nekusava nemoyo. Hatisi kukudza vatadzi asi tiri kutaura chokwadi chekusiyana kwekutadza nekunyepera. Mai Jeremaya kakanganisa si haana kunyepa. Fadzai nemutauro asi moyo hauna rudo. Fadzai nemutauro asi moyo hauna rudo. Unotengwi, unopiwi, unosarudzwa. Mai Jeremaya haana kururama asi haana kunyengera. Fadzai nezvese asi haana kusarudza chokwadi. Izvozvo ndizvo zvinorwadza kupfuura urombo. Munhu chokwadi chinoratidza zvare. Mai Jeremaya haana kururama, haana kuvimbika nguva dzese. Aiwa akatadza hongo, akakanganisa asi zvese zvaibva muuranda yeupenyu. Haana kudzidza, haana mukana, akaremerwa neurombo nekushungurudzika. Akatengesa pamusika, akakumbira tsisi zvakava zvakatemwa nehondo yeupenyu. Fadzai mwana wechikoro, wakatambirwa mumisha ine simba, wakawana mapepa mikana yenyika, asi wakashandisa zvese kutsauka pachokwadi rinodada nezita unozvirumbidza neruzivo. Asi chokwadi chaunotiza hunhu waunoshora, wakatiza vechidiki vawaitungamira, wakasarudza kuzvitarisira iwe chete. Zvikanganiso zvaMai Jeremaya zvaibva muurombo, zvikanganiso zvaFADZAYI zvaibva mukusarudza kusava nehanya, zvinhu zviviri asi kusiyana kukuru. Mumwe akatadza nekuda kweupenyu, mumwe nekusava nemoyo. Hatisi kukudza vatadzi, asi tiri kutaura chokwadi chekusiyana kwekutadza nekuda.
This is ZMI Media, broadcasting all around the world, on the spot, on the dot.